evening. Happy Friday. Hopefully everybody's off to a good start for the weekend. Hopefully the week was good. How you folks doing? So quickly, I'll just quickly say a couple of things off the top as we get going here a little bit. Probably I'll mention a little bit more again later on, but I was watching the tail end of Card Canucks, which is another YouTube channel with young Charles, who occasionally pops into the chat here and also on Sports Card Live and a couple of other places. So I was watching the tail end of that because tonight he's actually interviewing Bobby Burrell. So I think some of you who are usually around that I see from time to time, I think you guys were checking that out. So you already know, but I'm just letting anybody else know that they weren't aware that he's doing that tonight. So yeah, Charles, I think is doing them now on Fridays. I think from 8:30 to around 9:30. Obviously, it can go a little bit long, just depending on the conversation. So I think those guys are still at it, so that's all good. But probably we'll get a chance to chat about that a little bit more. And as he gets more guests on there, he'll be able to. We'll mention it from time to time as well, because he did reach out and. I actually shifted the Friday because I wanted to start to do Friday stream the last couple of weeks. I did shift it about half an hour just so there wouldn't be as much overlap, just to have let him have his full time, at least a full hour before we got going. I didn't want to start too late though, even though it is Friday and we have a little bit of leeway. So good evening, happy Friday. And I did get your message on Instagram, so we'll be chatting with that a little bit off the top. The other thing I've included is I've got the little scrolling ticker at the bottom, just in case anybody's curious. The next live stream we'll be doing the Sunday one. I put it for 8:30 for now. I think that's what I'm going to go with, just to give us a little bit of time. Since the Sunday stream is a little bit more streamlined, it has to kind of finish. It has a little bit more of a hard stop. But hopefully, like I said, the rest of you had a good week so far leading into it. Hopefully, good weekend coming up. But we'll definitely chat about a couple of things. One thing I'll do off the top. Actually, let me mention this as well. So the Friday stream, the big thing about it is that I don't do the open link, as opposed to the Sunday stream. That's going to be the big differentiator. Although I will start to tweak around with the format of the two a little bit here and there to make sure they each have something a little bit different, just so they're not exactly the same. So good evening, Jeff. Hope things are going well. Yannick, good evening. Now the other thing is that obviously this week, I would say was a little bit of a quieter week as well, but we do have a little bit going on with Topps going public, a little bit about that. The way they went public though, I think is a little bit more interesting because it does create a little bit of an interest in terms of how that's going to have an impact on it. And I know that earlier I received a question as in regards to one potential avenue that could go to as far as going public could be, and if some of the guys do end up popping on later on, we can definitely have that as a topic as well. So that's going to be kind of fun. So that'll be good. Oh, it's going good. Yeah, no, we definitely had a little bit of fun there with the COMC thing. Jeremy's very much a little bit more optimistic about the COMC, although he did get to do his interview, and then obviously everybody has the opportunity to see that and watch it. I stand by what I said. And the interview didn't sway me or change my mind on it. But we've been down that road, and if something comes up a bit later, we'll talk about it some more. But it's been good. Hopefully things are going well with you as well. Now let me quickly grab the question, just so I can read it correctly. I want to do that, make sure I do. And it was the following here. Yeah. So the question was, do you think Topps going public will lead them to go after licenses in the major sports eventually? Which I think is a fair question. Anytime you go public, it creates the potential for some more money, as well as, then it kind of opens up, okay, so you've got this potential to make more money, great, but then what are you going to do with it? Going after some more licenses is one angle. So we can definitely talk about that. And there's a couple more things that I'm thinking about as well. Yes. In this case, not in all cases, but in this case, fortunate for me, it was kind of an easy call to make. I really didn't think we'd see too much more than what we got, but we got what we got. I wasn't too surprised. Good evening, Victor. I think hopefully things are going well with you. Good evening, Paul. But so the first part of it is the way they went public, because they didn't do an IPO, right? Now, this is kind of getting the nitty gritty a little bit. I'm not going to go too far down that rabbit hole because I've only started to get my head around a little bit myself. But the mechanism, I think, by which they went public was basically they did a merger with a public fund, basically. I think it's SPAC. I think that's the acronym they use. But the point is that by merging with it, they were already available to be publicly tradable, and then by merging with Topps, they created a united entity that is publicly tradable. Now, what does that do? Like I said, it gives you the opportunity to get more money, and then that lets you pursue more things. But one of the big points of emphasis they put on there was looking at the digital technologies and the NFTs. And that leads us down a potential rabbit hole. So let me address the question first. It could lead to them pushing for some more licenses, but, and this is the big thing for me when it comes to the NFT space, because we talked about it a little bit with Top Shot and things like that. The NFT space is interesting because it creates this situation where you still got licenses, like Top Shot is licensed. The NBA is working with them to do that product. But then it leaves the question. If you do focus a little bit on NFTs, it's all well and good when you've got licensing, but your licensing, if it extends to NFTs, well then great. It's just an extension of the existing license. So like for Major League Baseball and Topps. So that's a good example. But the question that I had was, while you could use this money and go after additional licenses and all that, and we've talked about how some of the potential pitfalls because the leagues seem to be really interested in sticking to one licensee, and it wouldn't be terrible to have it all under one umbrella. You know, Topps makes the cards and makes an NFT product as well, something resembling a Top Shot, something in that same vein. That would be all fine and dandy. But in a certain way, I'd almost look at, if I was Major League Baseball, I'd almost sit there and go like, well, we've given you a license for trading cards. That's fine. It's going well. But if we're going to do NFTs, we'd be more inclined to do it with somebody like a Dapper, somebody who's done the NBA Top Shot thing, because they already kind of understand the underlying technology and can make the products. So in reality, if you went to the NFT route, would you really need Topps or Panini or Upper Deck? Not really. You could just have somebody like Dapper create the product, just the same way, like I said, they did Top Shot. Top Shot on cards, they're video clips. But if the league owns a clip, they can use that. And in some ways, that's as good, if not better, than kind of an NFT. Although Panini obviously has done its blockchain product and Topps has, you know, digital cards, and that part of it isn't new. It would just be an extension of that, connecting the NFT technology to it. But that's just kind of an initial high level thought of it. In the short run, I don't think the Topps going public is going to change anything. But the interesting part will be to see what the NFT piece of it comes into play, if they really lean into that hard, which it feels like they might, and if that de-emphasizes the physical card product, or if it's just a complement to it as well. If NFTs, maybe a coupon code for NFTs start getting put into Topps product. I'm just throwing stuff out there, but I'm saying there's these weird combinations of things and intermixing the things that could be part of the whole idea, if that's what the route they wanted to go with. And the other piece that I would throw out as well is that in addition to that, with having that NFT technology piece of it going forward, is that the leagues themselves could look at going outside of, outside of the leagues and outside of the card manufacturers themselves, because you don't really need the card manufacturers in order to do it. Yeah, I would be very shocked, given the value of the basketball product, if they would actually go, because Panini has plenty of cash. Public or not, I don't know if the combined Topps merger has enough money to necessarily go after that, unless the NBA really wants to. But the other piece that I was going to say was, yeah, I believe it's something in that vein, Yannick. I think that's about right. I don't remember the exact naming, but I think you're on the right track. Something in that regard. The good news is, and that's what I was going to lead to here, the good news about it is that one of the things we like to talk about a lot is, as collectors, we don't necessarily care about the market, but we sort of do, because it still matters a little bit. Like if you have some cards that you've bought with the idea that, well, if some of these do okay, and then I can sell them for a little bit of money, and then in turn I can use that to buy more cards. So basically self-funding your collection. Well, then the market does matter to you a little bit. And if you think yourself long-term, you know, I'd still like to have some value, long-term in my collection. Well, then the market again matters a little bit. But the only indicators we've had up until this point, and I can see your comment, hockey, I'll get to in a second. But one of the things that happens is that we look at barometers. And one of the barometers we have is, okay, so how many sales are we seeing? You know, how high the prices are there? But the problem with that is maybe certain cards are going up or down depending on what's going on with the athlete or what's going on with the team, or maybe the sport is in a little bit of a lull. So it's an indicator, but it's not a great indicator. But if you combine it with something like a publicly traded company, because Collectors Universe was one and it was on the ascend before it went private, if this Topps entity does well in terms of how it gets treated on Wall Street long-term going forward, it can also be just another barometer of how the hobby's doing in general, kind of from the business perspective. That may not reflect in the individual cards, but it's from a business perspective. It gives you one more indicator. It's another canary in the coal mine, if I'm borrowing the phrase correctly. But it's just another thing to keep an eye on. But if you're not interested in it, it's not something you have to keep an eye on, but it's something somebody like I would, just because it gives me another indicator of what's going on. as opposed to just trying to monitor specific cards that are either setting records or aren't. So let me grab Hockey's comment here. So what does brother need to do in order to get a COMC customer service to respond? Complain endlessly. Well, that's basically what Tim Gash told you to do. He goes, harass them endlessly. I feel like I should send letters in as a card submission to get your question seen. Yeah. Depending on what the question is, I assume depending on something specific that's going on with your account. Basically, I'll take the words kind of out of his own mouth. He said if it's been more than like a week or two or something like, I forget what the timeline was. He basically says, send it again. And then I guess send it again. And then I guess shame them endlessly online until finally they answer. Unfortunately, there is no like great way to get in touch with them because they've got the communication methods. It's not that you can't find them. They're there. But at the same time, it's do they have enough customer service people to handle the volume? Apparently not still. If it's falling through the cracks. I'll take Tim at his word that they've made some adjustments to that formatting, but at the same time, obviously, it's not taking fruit because you're not the first person to express this type of frustration. But yeah, basically, you just have to keep peppering them endlessly with it until I guess somebody answers you. That would be kind of the way you would do it. Yeah, I think a ticketing system would help. At least it would give some way of tracking what's going on so that you can see it. Topps was public at least once in the past for sure. And then I believe they were bought by, the current owner, basically, Eisner was until they made this arrangement. It was years ago now, but Eisner, I think, bought them, or Disney Eisner, some kind of combination of that, for like 300 or 400 million, something like that at the time. And now the combined entity is like 1.3 billion, thereabouts. So it's worked out well for him. And I think Eisner is still involved in some way. So pretty good for them in terms of getting some kind of return on their investment in a larger combined entity. But Topps did okay for, I think, the time, and they were obviously able to sell it and go private, and they did. And now I guess they've decided to go kind of public in a way without doing another full-fledged IPO. So that's kind of an interesting. It's one of those things I got to look a little bit more into how those mechanisms work, because it seems like a more straightforward way, if you can arrange it, to go public without having to go through the traditional IPO process. But at the end, the result is you're going to have a tradable thing that's going to be Topps, basically, along with the capital company that is the baseline of it. So it'll be one of those things where I think it'll just be something to kind of keep an eye on out of the side, look at the side a little bit. Now, if you're interested in trading in Topps stock, well, there you go. Now it gives you an opportunity for the first time in years. So if it's something that's interesting, if you think their future's bright, you could do worse, I suppose. So that'll be it for that. The other, in all honesty, I was trying to think a little bit earlier about what other items I really wanted to touch on. I know that Jeremy's going to be interviewing in Sports Card Live. I know he's going to be interviewing Ken Golden. I don't know if he's got anything specific he's going to be talking about. I think it'll be interesting. It'll be one of those conversations where you're not going in with any specific expectation, but you're just kind of curious what angle they're going to take on it and kind of what they want to do. But as far as things are concerned, it's been kind of an interesting week in the sense that there really hasn't been anything in particular. At least in comparison to last week, where we had the PSA news, we had the SGC news, and we had the COMC stuff, of course, which we are addressing a little bit here. One other thing I'll throw at you, and I was listening to it. I haven't heard it anywhere else really, so I'll give credit where it's due. I was listening to a podcast, Lucas, Tigers, and Bronze. Oh my, if you're familiar with that one. It's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes it's kind of interesting and sometimes it's not, but I do listen to it as kind of the podcast hobby rotation that I listen to. But they had the CSG guys on. And in the CSG conversation with them, within the first couple of minutes, it was interesting. Right now, as far as I can tell, nothing else has been said about it yet. But on the podcast, they did mention that they are starting to see a little bit of a backlog. So they're starting to feel a little bit of it. Now, I don't know exactly when that was recorded. It was not long ago, but they are starting to feel a little bit of a backlog. And I think they did also reference that I think they've got 10 full-time graders. So that was the first time that I had heard a little bit about kind of what was going on with CSG, because they had been a little bit of a black box up until this point. I knew they were open for business. I knew I had seen some of their slabs around, but I hadn't heard too much about like how many people they've got for grading. And I also hadn't heard if anything had gone on with their volumes. So they did make a brief mention of it on that podcast in one of the recent ones. They do a daily podcast, so you're going to have to look back and look for CSG, and you should be able to find it. It's like within the first 5 or 6 minutes of the episode, so it's right at the beginning. You won't have to wait long to hear it. So good evening, 90s Hockey Collector. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it's something I'm keeping an eye on, because it's my expectation was that at some point either CSG or BGS would probably have a little bit of a volume issue, but I was curious to see if and when something would come out regarding to that. So that was the first time I'd heard anything about it. So at least a couple of CSG guys at least said something about it. They didn't seem too concerned about it at this point, so we'll see if that changes. I don't know yet. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see hockey. The truth is, I'm just taking them at their word of what they said on there. They didn't seem to be too concerned about it, so we'll see. It could be one of those things where they understate, because they made a lot of references to the resources they have available as being part of a larger kind of grading kind of company. But at the same time, Collectors Universe is a pretty big grading company, and at a certain point, they had to say no mas. Now they have as much capacity as anybody in the industry, and even then, and some resource, and obviously some resources, and even then they said, okay, look, this is a lot. CSG, I think, is starting off as a little higher price point, but we'll have to see kind of what that ends up looking like. As far as I kind of am inclined to agree with you that doesn't seem like enough. That seems like a really low number, unless their volumes really aren't that crazy yet. And if they start to ramp up, I could definitely see that being a problem. Because it's not like you can snap your fingers and suddenly materialize more graders out of thin air. Otherwise, the other grading companies, I'm sure, would have tried that, especially since they're all looking for it. But anyway, so I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, as far as that's concerned, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm more than happy to kind of sit here and chat for a bit. I don't really have too much in terms of agenda items. I wanted to come on and definitely talk, but it's going to be kind of dependent on what we want to talk about and what we want to do. I did send out the link to some folks. This isn't going to be the free open one in terms of the open link. That'll be Sunday. I want to keep it to Sunday for that. But is there anything that's kind of caught your eye or anything that you're kind of curious about? Because we do have that Topps acquisition. We can certainly go back to the grading conversation a little bit as well. At least that CSG is something else new with those guys, but it's been pretty quiet as far as specifics. AGA is kind of chugging along doing their thing, so I don't think we're going to hear too much from them unless something crazy happens. Mr. Bob Lewis, do you think transparency can be a difference maker for those up-and-coming grading companies? Transparency helps. Transparency is helpful. See, I like the question, Bob, but you have the link as much as anybody else. You got to click it. Get on it, man. Get the kids to bed. Let's go. But anyway, I like this concept, though. Let me borrow it since we've got it here. Transparency is interesting because transparency has become a marketing tool. And that HGA is as much as anybody else. They're like, well, we'll share our feelings. We'll share what's going on with us. We'll share, what we're doing and all this stuff. And it sounds awesome. And it's good because we complained about how COMC was not being transparent for the longest time until finally they started saying something. And actually it reminds me, I will briefly touch on, because they did finally post a blog outlining some of the challenges and issues they had as well. So that reminded me, kind of triggered something in my head as well. Thank you. So thanks for that, Bob, inadvertently. But the thing is, it's only a difference maker if that transparency also leads to you being effective at doing it. Being transparent and saying, oh, we're overwhelmed and actually we're going to get backed up and actually we're going to raise prices, letting us know in advance is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I'm not going to criticize them for giving us a heads up that something's about to happen. But at the same time, I've got a serious problem with the idea that transparency somehow overcomes the fact that you're not doing your job effectively. As long as you're doing your job effectively, I think the transparency is a nice bonus. It's better than no transparency, but it's not going to resolve something that is bad. Even if you're super transparent, telling me that something bad is about to happen isn't going to necessarily make it better. It'll just not make it worse. Whereas hiding it from me and then me finding out makes it worse. So it's helpful to a point. So that's kind of what's interesting. So I'll quickly grab Hockey's comments I see here. Prince Philip and DMX cards. So the DMX thing I heard about. Prince Philip, is something going on with that either? I'm not up on my news, but DMX I did hear about. So it wouldn't shock me if DMX, I don't know if there are, I'm guessing there are DMX cards for sure, somewhere in some capacity. I'm sure those have definitely taken a rise because that always tends to happen. Thoughts on early 90s junk wax hockey PSA 10s, undervalued or priced appropriately? So it's a good question because it is the great, it's the chicken or the egg question. There is a lot of 90s junk wax. So in theory, there is a huge supply of potential PSA 10s because there was a lot of product and unopened product that remains to this day. Now, with that said, the quality control was hit and miss depending on the year and the brand that we're talking about. Some of them are better than others, and some of them are going to be easier to get PSA 10s on than others. So if you send in enough, sure, you can be. In that case, it's overvalued. Mr. Lewis, what's going on?
Oh, I'm still nodding. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I know,
So
not too bad.
I've in my whole effort to get on, I missed the whole transparency talk. So that's
Yeah.
okay. I do like. I feel like um, one of the forever gripes and continuous gripes I hear about PSA is, oh, if we only knew like their processes, and we can't expect a company to just share all their insider information type of
Mhm.
thing, but um some strides have been made, but I don't know, like, okay, so if 10 graders is the number, what 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 kind of expectations do they have for like a grader during a shift or whatever? To how many cards are they going through? I know it probably
Mhm.
depends on if it's vintage, if it's modern, maybe some take a little bit longer. I, how long are they spending on each card? And
Yeah. So I
are
think what
there
you're touching. So I think what you're touching
specialists?
on. So I'll quickly high level mention kind of what
Yeah.
what I was talking about with that one because it plays into what you're saying.
Okay.
Um, I think in the context of the conversation they were having, I don't think they were necessarily planning on just like blurting out, "Oh, we have 10 graders," but it came up in the context of the question where they were like, "Oh, well,
Mm.
I guess I'll let you guys know." Basically, was the subtext of it. Now to your point, the way I treat transparency is that it's icing on the cake. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It can be a value add. It can be an add-on, but it doesn't make up for. So if you tell me you have 10 graders and you say, "Hey, we're doing our best to ramp up and add more," but then immediately you get overwhelmed, you become a 6-month backlog almost overnight.
Yeah.
The fact that you told me
You,
that in advance is better than hiding it from me for 6 months and then it becomes a problem.
sure.
But it didn't change the fact that you still weren't prepared.
And you could walk me through the process from the time you get the cards to the time you ship them back. But if you suck at grading my cards, then I could care
Correct.
less how transparent you are.
Yeah. So that's why I say like it's with the only time, you know what, maybe this would be a good way. This since we like sometimes summing it up in a nice clean thought. And here's my thought. Transparency in the hobby right now is like having a good kicker in football as opposed to having a mediocre kicker or a great kicker in football. You really
Hmm.
only care if they're really bad or really good. If you're kind of in the middle, it
Right.
doesn't really matter. Because if you're great, then you're basically my closer. In the right situation, I bring you out there and you're clutch and I'm comfortable. I'm confident. I feel good if my team has a kicker that is that level of clutch. Because
Yeah.
if I'm stuck in that scenario, that's who I want. It's the same as like in baseball with a closer. As much as Mariano Rivera is a traitor to his country and he shall never be spoken of again, and frankly, he's the most unworthy Hall of Famer ever. But the point is, for the Yankees in that time period, he was a lockdown closer. He
Yeah.
was he was a great closer who got the job done. He needed to get to that moment. You needed to get him there, but when he got there, he more often than not he got the job done. Now compare that to a team who has everything else going for them. But imagine if the closer's real shaky, like not very good, like this could completely blow up in our faces. You got like a 50-50 shot. You're not feeling great. But imagine you're a
Yeah.
good close. But imagine you have a good closer who's going to get it done like 85-90% of the time. Okay, he might blow a save here and there, but you're not worried about
Sure.
disaster. So if you're in the middle, you're like not really feeling anything one way or the other. But if you've got a
So you're
really
both
bad closer, you
confident.
don't feel good. And if you've got a
Yeah.
great one, then you feel wonderful. Transparency is kind of like that in the sense that you're being transparent. That's awesome, but I still need the result.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So it's like the result is still going to matter because once you get into that part of it, it's like. But right now, at the moment, a lot of these companies are trying to play this game where they're using transparency almost as an advertising. It's like, see how transparent we are. Like HGA is
Right.
doing that. They're like, we'll tell you everything, and I'm like, cool.
Well,
But
I'm
you,
sure they've had many focus groups of like, what don't you like about PSA? We don't know
sure,
what's going on.
yeah,
Also, transparency is the key to winning people over.
yeah. It's not a bad
I get
thing.
it.
It'll give you something to start with. But if the product suffers eventually, all the transparency in the world will not change the fact that it's not a
Yeah,
good
sure.
product. So it's a value add. It's not a bad thing. I won't discourage somebody from being transparent in this business, but I'm not
Right.
going to say don't lean on that. Don't let that be your only selling point. You actually have to produce at some point.
Yeah, sure. It is a, I like icing on the cake, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah. So that would be kind of the direction I take on that one. So one more thing, I'll finish here with Hockey's question. My biggest concern right now, I would say, it's hard for me to say anything in the '90s junk wax era is undervalued, because it hasn't been going up. The problem was, I guess maybe put it this way: there was so much of that stuff that a lot of us who collected in that early '90s period remember it. If I can have 100 copies of that card, where maybe like a bunch of them are like in the equivalent of PSA 9s, and maybe I have a half dozen 10s, does the fact that's in the PSA 10 holder really add that much specialness to me when it's like so common as dirt that I could have 50 10s sitting in a box somewhere? Or the ones that could get 10s if I sent them in and I got the right grader on the right day? Is that really that special? Not to me.
Hmm.
Like it's one of those things where if I'm doing, because Medano has a rookie like a rookie registry set,
Right.
and like there's no point in sending in doing it if you don't have all tens. So it's one of those things, like I've started to do that set registry because I've collected enough Medano cards, but I'm not rushing. Right now a bunch of them have like the upper deck one, and they're like $250, and I'm like, I'm not paying $250 for the upper deck. That card is a $1 card. It is literally a $1 card. I don't care if it's in a PSA 10 holder. It's still a $1 card. The answer is no.
Uh, yeah, that's a great point because I feel like, well, we know markets are inflated.
Mm-hmm.
What would be a good price for that card? Do you know what I mean? Like I'm kind of going somewhere with this. I was watching a video. um, a guy was talking about a purchase that he made, and he said it was priced uh like fairly almost,
Sure.
where some people are building in some kind of a premium because there's a grade on it, or for future value or something. You know what I mean? Like I'm not willing to let this Tatis go for under 300 when there's every other comp you see is 150 or 175. It's
Mm-hmm.
going to go up, so I'm just willing to wait until the market catches up to where I know. But there's thousands of those cards out there,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and probably a lot of them are ungraded tens. Now, with the climate of the grading, uh, it is what it is right now. I don't. I think all those $5 cards, those Medanos, are not going to be graded as frequently, if
Mm-hmm.
really at all, at this point.
Sure.
So what's on the market is really what's going to be on the market probably for until something changes price wise. So
Mm-hmm.
does that change things at all? I don't know.
So for some collectors, I think it might. I think one thing, and I know I can see some more questions, guys. We'll get to them in 2 seconds. One thing though that I think is going to be interesting, kind of playing into what you're talking about, is I would be curious, legitimately curious, if the if they are overstating how many collectors they think care. Like that Medano's set registry, I think it's it's like a novel thing. It just gives me something else fun to chase
Sure.
after. It's not like a necessity. I have every single one of the rookie cards. I have multiple copies of every single one of the rookie cards,
Right.
including most of them in PSA 10.
I
I have
do, and
six
I'm
out of,
not even a Madonna collector, a
yeah,
banana collector.
yeah. So it's like I have 6 out of the 9. So 6 out of the 9 in the registry, but I've also got like a BGS 9.5 of one of them, and it's one of those things
Right.
where if I can get one cheap enough, I'll grab one just for fun. But it's not necessary. I don't need more copies. But like the Opecha Premier is the most famous one. I was pulling up the pop report here. The Opecha Premier is the most famous one. There are 1,074 PSA 10s. That's plenty. Now, if you really want, I've joked about this before, this brand, but if you guys really want the scarcity, you got to go pro set, guys. 43! Pop 43!
Isn't that crazy?
Because the pro sets are crap. They're damaged out of the
So
pack.
so are you, yeah, that's what I mean. So like
Yeah.
that added value that people love so much, and the pop report, people live and die by the pop report. So by all
Mhm.
intents and purposes, the pro set should sell for more
That should be
in
the
a
premier
10.
one. I already have that one, by the way. It's like you're more than one. Listen, if they jack up the price of that one, I'm a seller, Bob.
Right.
I'll keep my raw copy. It's fine. I have
Yeah.
a few. It's okay. It's a nice card,
Well,
by the way. It's a very colorful card. The
that's what
edges
I
are very
mean.
prone
It's
to chipping.
probably
Yeah,
absolutely. I
yeah,
mean, that's all years of Pro Set for that for 9091,
yeah.
and any year basically.
Yeah, the thing it has going for it that is super colorful. It's nice Minnesota North Stars like team colors on it. It looks
Right.
nice from that perspective. But I'm not paying a premium for it. When I bought that Pro Set card, I think I paid like $30 for it as a PSA 10.
And I would love for no other reason than nostalgic purposes the 9091 score Lindros in a
Yeah,
10. I would like to have an American and a Canadian,
mhm.
but I'm sure that's way it's whatever it is. It's too much. I'm sure.
Probably now. Yeah, I would say so. So I think overall, my kind of take on that, I can't say it's undervalued, but I'm sure there are some people who can convince themselves and talk themselves into it. The only thing I would say to you is now is a good time to take this opportunity, this lull in grading for some of the companies, to reevaluate why. Why do you want it in the holder? Like I said, for me, it was a fun little side diversion. It's a side
Hmm.
quest. If I can finish those 9, I would be in like a 30-way tie for the finest man of rookie card collect. There are a bunch of folks that have it. Like it's like a 20 or 30-way tie with all tens. It's not rare.
Yeah.
There's no scarcity to it. So it's like why worry? It would be a fun thing to do. I've got 3 that I'm missing, but it's one of those things where I'm in no hurry. And if I can't find
Yeah.
it, then so be it. I'll live with the ones I got. It's okay. Not a big deal.
I do want to what from I think one of the last live streams or whatnot. If you need to get through some questions, I can hold this point. And actually, I'm going to go get a drink real quick.
Yeah,
It's
could
right
do
here.
that, and then I'll quickly go through a couple of these. So John's just mentioning here his experience with CSG. First order came back 18 days out of 25. Second was past the original 25 day. 20 days were added onto bulk. Now an 80-day turnaround. Standard's now 32. Wouldn't shock me. I expect to see that creep up a little bit more. Quickly zip through here. Paul says, prefers to imagine greater to triumvirate. Yes, yes. You should term sin in contemplation with 6 minutes. Listen, at least I would feel like I'm getting my money's worth then. At least if they're doing it that way, Paul. What are your thoughts on StarStop now accepting Hall of Famers and graded cards of recently retired players? I think it's a cool idea. I think it's probably wise for them to expand their marketability. One point that I would say is they were previously, I haven't checked on them recently, they were struggling to get cards out the door. Much the same way that a lot of other people are doing when they've got a platform like that. It's just like COMC, just like anybody else. But I do think that taking in more cards is good because it expands the market, and that's a platform for flipping. If you like to flip and do day trading, StarStock is great for that. But if you actually want the cards, it's just another thing that people could add to their order that would make it more problematic. So that's all I would say about that. It's a good idea for them, but if they can't deliver the cards, then it's a horrible idea for them. Then they need to take less cards, not more. But I guess they're trying to say, I guess, that they think they can handle it. And if they can, that's awesome. So go ahead, Bob. What was your thought?
Okay, so within the last couple months, I know there are people,
Mhm.
friends even, that they like to have just about everything graded. You know, they've 10,000, 12,000 slabs in their collection.
Sure.
And to hear them explain why, you know, why they want that dollar card in a slab,
Mhm.
it's kind of intriguing to me. And you know, they like the way it looks.
Mhm.
They like the protection of it. They like the presentation. They like the little label. They like the grade on there, you know. So, and maybe to get you know, several of this you know, you're going to do the team, you're going to do the score. You're okay. So Bart, I don't think he'd care if I tell you. So
Mhm.
Bart's a 49ers guy. He likes to get his 49ers in red border score. They're very low end parallels, but
Mhm.
likes to get them all slabbed up for display purposes.
Sure.
Maybe even for, you know, uh, somebody who doesn't know about cards, family members, whatever. This kind of has a built-in identifier for them, and they're, you know, maybe even to some extent built, you know, identified markets and market values and whatnot.
Mhm.
So if being that type of a collector, I mean, at this point, man, you've got to really now rethink, because I mean, you're not gonna send your team base cards from a set that you, just because the design you like the set, pay $25 for that card to get it graded just to get it in a slab. So
Mhm.
I I I feel like this whole grading thing is hitting some people way harder than, and not in a monetary, just in a way that they enjoyed collecting,
Mhm.
is now not, it can never be the same in some cases. So that's an extreme example, I think, but um, we might joke about getting that low end rookie card graded in the hopes that he might become something and just stash it away. But that's not happening anymore. And just kind of what we touched on with the Madonna stuff, like you're not going to get that. You're going to be very reluctant to send it in unless you're like absolutely guaranteed it's a 10. Um, and then the resubmits, I don't like that grade. I think it's a 10. Cracking it out, sending it back. That's happened a lot. I think that's going to go away.
Yeah, I think
All these things,
I'll add something there, Bob. So
all
I
of
like
just
where you're going with
the
it. Go
last
ahead.
point of like
Go ahead.
all this is going to. I feel like it's going to help the backlog. I mean, people aren't going to be sending in the massive amounts of cards that they were
Mhm.
before,
Yep.
and probably by design those low end cards that, and we've talked about that.
Yep.
The junk slab era everybody says we're entering into,
Mhm.
which some truth in that.
Yeah. So it would be so a couple of things I'll touch on because I think you hit on a couple of good points, and that's why I wanted to let you go for a bit there
Thanks.
because you represent there is a collector who actually wants the slabs, which is valid. That's a real thing. The junk slab era thing is going to become real only because the sheer size of that backlog the PSA has. If all they did is nothing more than clear the existing backlog, that's millions of slabs,
Right.
millions.
Right.
So millions plural. So immediately that's more in the market, more exist. So they come into being. They're just sitting there in that warehouse ready to come out. They're all sitting there, you
I've
know.
got at least 8 Soto Chrome rookies sitting there right now, and that's
Yeah,
just one guy.
yeah,
So yeah.
yeah. So it's not like there's a lack. There's plenty out there. But the thing is, what it comes down to, and this is where I keep touching on it, is that I understand it from the collective perspective. I do sympathize. Kind of to your point though, is that like I didn't go, with the exception of the O-Pee-Chee Premier, I did not submit any of those Medano PSA 10s. I bought them all on eBay, and I was able to
Mhm.
buy most of those for a song because at the time that's what they were. They were, even the Pro Set one was like a $30 card to me, and I was like, oh, for $30, that's funny. I'm amused. I'll buy it. But it's a novelty. Like, am I going to send in, a Pro Set Medano to? It's like I gotta get a 10. I gotta get a 10. No, I'm not going to send that in. If you had made it $5 a slab, I'm still not going to send it in. I'm not willing to use my $5 on that game. That's not interesting to me. But for someone who it is, but do I have PC cards that I would send in that do not necessarily need or warrant a slab per se? Because maybe they've
Yeah.
got a flaw in them, but they're a rare enough card that I still want in the holder with the label and all that
Sure.
for aesthetics? The answer is yes. There are some that would fall under this category. But then that means I have to be picky. I have to pick and choose my moment. It's not a bad thing to force people to really think about if they really want this badly enough. That's okay.
That that's a good point. You're really forcing people to reevaluate their
Yeah.
grading
Yeah.
mythology. Yeah.
Yeah, think about why.
Methodology.
If the answer's still yes, because for some of those PC cards, you make it $30 or $35. I'm not going to send them all in at once then. I'll pick and choose a handful, and then maybe I'll send a handful next time and a handful next time. I'll keep it small orders, but I might still send them in because to me, then when they come back, then they go in the display here. Like they'll be part of a rotation because these rotate
Sure.
over time, but they'll be part of that because to me they're worthy. They're PC cards. Those ones are not going anywhere. But I just like the holder for that purpose.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that with all my cards. There's plenty of cards that are like cool cards that will never see that holder. It doesn't matter. You could bring it back down to $10 a card, $5 card. I'm still not saying it in. It's just not worth it to me.
These work really well to make
That's what I mean.
a shiny card pop.
Exactly. So
By
there's
magnetic.
there are options. So it's like nobody's put a gun to your head and said, "Oh my God, what are we going to do if PSA won't grade my cards anymore?" It's okay. It's fine. So let me touch on a couple of these comments here just so we get caught up.
Absolutely.
So what do you guys think is more likely? The sale of prices of CGS, HGA, whatever go up. The value of PSA grades go up because it's so hard to get graded now with the delays and pause due to people submitting. So the other third-party graders going up or PSA ones going up. I I hate doing this because I usually like to pick one and then just make that argument. Why not both? In the short term, if in the short run, right now, if it's people still value the thing in the holder, they still put an additional value to it because there have been cards, and I gave the story before of some cards that I bought where I literally offered what I would have offered if it was raw. And the seller came back and goes, but it's in the holder. And I go, cool, I don't care. This is my offer. If you would like this, if you would
I'm
like,
not
this is
buying
the
the
offer.
holder.
Yeah, it's like I'm not you. The holder is free as far as I'm concerned. But I said it. That sucks for you. But a lot of people don't do that. For me, like the holder depends on the card. For some, there's some value to it for me. But for other ones, it's like I don't care that it's in the holder.
People are delusional. I mean, really. So it wasn't even a slabbed card. The Pirates have a guy named Philip Evans who was a Met a couple years ago, 2018 rookie. I was like, I don't think I have any nice cards of him. He's on our team now. I want to go grab maybe a rookie parallel. There was a black numbered to 67 on eBay. The guy wanted $80. I offered him $20,
Sure.
which is probably $15 more than it's really worth,
Sure.
and declined. So he's never going to get $80 for a Philip Evans black. I don't care if it's numbered. I don't care if it's a 101. Nobody's going to pay $80 for that. So I don't know. That's kind of frustrating.
For sure.
But here's an example of a card. So I don't know if I sent this in the chat or not. It is the French 91-92 Upper Deck. Nicholas Lindstrom rookie, right?
You did. Yes. Yeah, the Nicholas
So
Lindstrom. Yep.
I've looked at this for 10 minutes. I mean, I see no flaw on it. I see no reason why this shouldn't get a 10. I know we all think our cards are all 10s, but it's in the semi-rigid. I'm going to send this at some point. When, I don't know, but to me, that's a card that even if it comes back a 9, I feel like that caliber of a Hall of Fame player in a set that that's when I started collecting right around that era. So kind of a dual nostalgic and just I like to have Hall of Fame rookie cards. So that's one I'll send in. But then like this is kind of this is the no-brainer. You get the Justin Herbert graded no matter what. I don't know. So on some regards, I am a little bit more selective, but others, it's like, yeah, I don't care what it costs. That needs to be in a slab. I'm probably the PSA poster boy without really being, I don't even consider any other slabs at this point. Whether that's to my own fault or detriment, I don't know. We'll see. Or is it just an OCD thing? I like to have I'm really not even interested in buying old PSA slabs. Like I want them to have that nice little hologram on the front.
Well, I think that what you just outlined there though is a real thing. Like we joked about it a bunch of times, but like collectors are neurotic. Collectors are a little bit loopy. I enjoy. We've had kind of these conversations offside. I enjoy in a certain way. I have fun with this, but I also do take it seriously to the degree where like I will take questions and we'll go through them legitimately. Like we'll actually try to answer the question or at least put the thought out there. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's why. Take it or leave it. Like this is how I'll present this to you. You can be like, oh, that's totally reasonable. Or, oh, that guy's a moron. I'm good with either. It makes no difference to me, but I'll present it to you. And at least if you want to say, oh, this guy's a moron, well, then you have something specifically to pick on. It's not me just giving a general, no, I'm giving a bit of an answer that's at least grounded in something. You might not agree with the foundation that it's grounded on, but at least we've got something to debate on. But the thing is, part of the fun of this is that I like to occasionally point out, I like to stand back and almost, break the fourth wall for a second and point out, these are pieces of cardboard. There's a certain amount of absurdity to the thing in general. Just the fact that
Absolutely.
grown men are collecting these pieces of cardboard is stupid. Says the guy who has, has a live stream that goes many hours about sports cards.
Yeah.
So I am fully aware that I am participating in the idiocy and I embrace the absurdity of it. But you have to understand, but at a certain point, and you, one of the things you touched on, I want to come back to, I made a note to myself just to make sure I would come back to it.
Okay.
But as long as we understand there's an absurdity to it, there's a lot of the frustrations in the hobby that would just disappear if you would just, embrace. You've all got your personal belief systems. Here's mine. Embrace my Lord and Savior, indifference. There's a time like, just let it go. Sometimes it's not that serious. It's just not.
It usually isn't, right?
Right. Especially in this genre. Like, this is
Yeah,
supposed to
come
be
on.
fun. This is supposed to be fun. And if it is, then some of the stuff that people get upset about just makes no sense. None.
I've often, I mean, I've had to check myself, and just when it feels like the joy is being sucked out of it, okay, we'll identify where and why that's happening, and then do something to change it.
For sure. For sure. So let me touch on this one. Fresh Bread Sports Card. Thank you for your patience. I wanted to leave this on the screen because I was going to get to it as well. So love them or hate them. I think the PSA lockdown lasts more than 3 months is going to hurt the flippers, which are making the hobby what it is today. We see the crash and junk era 2.0. Now, this is not an uncommon belief. That's why I wanted to include it on here. Basically talking about if the grading thing if there's a disruption long-term, it hurts the flipping part, and the flipping part is kind of what's the momentum that's brought the prices up. I don't disagree with this.
Me neither.
Now, from my perspective, do I care? Not really. But I'm a little bit more of a hobby anarchist that way. Where it's like, guys, if it burns, I kind of get amused.
Okay. What we know that Nat Turner is a collector.
Correct. Who's invested a not insignificant sum into his own collection.
And he is, I have to imagine, very well aware of the state of the hobby as it is today versus
Correct.
maybe where it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely speculating, but like I wonder if there's any piece of him that was kind of like, okay, what can I to almost the integrity of the hobby, like and realizes that his company now is at the forefront of this new movement, this flipping movement in a lot of ways, and perpetuating that. Without really saying it, he's kind of halting that, and in a way, you referred to as a crash of it, but like it's in some respects like saving the hobby that we used to know. So I'm kind of inclined to be okay with like a return to normalcy, a correct market correction, however you want to spin it. Some people just call it a crash, but I think it was on your stream that you talked about the Jordan PSA so the Jordan has come down a lot, but it's still double
Way
what it
higher
was
than-
a
way
year
higher-
ago.
Probably.
So is that a
more.
crash? I don't.
Well, that's
I don't
that was the point that I made during that
Right.
part of the conversation was in mathematical terms, yes. So, but I basically opened the scenario. I said the way it was at its peak, at its apex, 700,000, almost 700,000, it could drop 90%, which by any definition is a crash. By any definition, even the most generous definitions, it's a crash. A 90% drop in any industry is
Right.
people are jumping out of buildings at that point. Well, that would still mean it was higher than it was like a year and a half ago.
That's a fascinating piece of data, right? Like information.
It just tells you how far it just tells you how high
Right.
things have gone. Like it's been really it's been very inflated, almost to the point that it's almost impossible to sustain that level of inflation. So would it be the worst thing? Kind of playing into your question though. I also think Nat Turner is a businessman. I think he didn't go in with the idea, hey, let me take this company down, and lose us money. No, he said to himself and his business partners, I think it's Stephen Cohen or whatever, one of the Cohen brothers. He also likes money. So, combined, they're like, we're kind of two rich guys who like making money. Agreed. So let's figure out what we need to do to make sure we keep making money. Good call. Good talk. So for them, they're not losing money right now. The backlog is literally money. They're printing money still while they're shut down. And by the way, if you have a Jordan rookie or whatever, you can still send it in. You can still send it over because you're going to have to pay at least that amount anyway. So it doesn't
Sure.
matter. Like nothing's changed for those cards. They just don't want your $5 base cards right now. They just don't.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, like they really don't. And they right now they have no reason to take it. Maybe they'll find a way to take it again in the future. But for the moment, it's a good reason to shut the door partially. But the window's still open. If you really want to climb up there, you can go get it. You can go through.
What do you think would like the overall come July and there's a press release, we need to extend it into the fall. I do think it would last longer than July. I don't know why, July just seemed like far enough away that it's reasonable to assume maybe we'll get there, but I don't see it returning to whatever it was, if you call that normal, by July.
Yeah, I think though they left themselves a caveat. They said we'd like to restore all the levels by July.
Okay.
But they could restore a couple of levels that are still at the high part of that level. They don't have to restore the lower levels. They could restore like the $100 level. The new baseline could be $100 and see what happens. So they can still do it and still technically have opened it up a little bit more because now it's $100 level. Oh, way more reasonable than 300. Way more reasonable. It's 1/3 the price, Bob. It's a discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also still force you to think. They still don't want your $5 base card. They're like,
Right.
still, nope. We don't actually want it. Keep it to yourself. Send it to HGA. See if you can get through. Do that.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Yep. So let me quickly grab these two comments. I think are very appropriate, and I think you're perfectly versed to handle these. So Amish Dave Archer says, someone may pay $8 for a 1/1 Phil Evans tops, Robert. Can you let Chair give its opinion on all matters of life and hobby, though, please? Followed by Bob Lewis's Chair, saying, thanks, Dave. He does hog all the attention with the bullcrap. You're getting some sass from Chair now.
Dang,
man. Some serious talk.
Chair's been up to some work.
Yeah, like had to create a YouTube account just to express his displeasure with your happenings.
I mean, that's why he's shunning me. He's over there like doing his own thing, man.
That's
I'm
rough,
on the
man.
stool right now.
That's rough, man. That's rough. So Fresh Bread here says people delusional had to reply to a one ad with someone offer 87 to 89 Fleer basketball for 1,500 because they've seen the PSA price of key cards and think they're worth it raw. They're worth to put that they're worth it if they put the time and money into grading it themselves. Yeah. No, you're definitely going to have the prices are going to bring people out of the woodwork that think the raw card is suddenly worth XYZ. That doesn't shock me, but this is maybe the good way to put it. All money does is it exposes the greed that people already have. They just need an opportunity to express it. And I'm the last person in the world that is going to say no. Like, I don't care about it. Doesn't bother me if there's some greed. But because I think in the long run, it's the people who don't know how this works that are going to probably lose the money. And to me, it's like, well, I'm okay if you learn that lesson. If you get burned and you have to go to the hospital and you have to wrap your hand, well, maybe you won't do that again next time.
Do you think any, I don't know, like, what is the status of Fernando Tatis Jr. right now? Because I know our friend Cryptogriff brought up, can you hear like the hobby panicking right now because did he get hurt or something?
Yeah, I think right now, last I checked, I think it's like, apparently they won't need surgery from what I understand. So, but I think it's like a 10-day injury, give or take, like a 10-day.
All right.
So, but like, it wasn't as bad as they initially thought.
So somebody that clearly a lot of people may be invested in to really just for that to happen, it sounds terrible, and I'm not wishing that upon anybody for sure, but if Luka shreds his knee, all four ligaments gone, there's a lot of people with a lot of money invested in that gentleman, and I'm no longer one of them. So it can happen. Yeah. But I don't know what I keep thinking. What will it take? What's it going to take to go back to normal? Whatever that is. But
well, I don't think. I don't think you'll ever go 100% back to that level, because there's going to be some folks that will never be able to get themselves out of the mentality that that's what it was. They'll think that made sense, because there's some folks that are in now where this is normal.
Yeah.
Like this is the
True.
price level that they believe makes sense to them. And as long as they believe and they're willing to pay the prices, then that's why I said like as long as someone is actually willing to pay the prices, it doesn't matter what you want.
What do you say to I've heard the notion of, oh, once COVID is completely in the rearview mirror,
Mhm.
it'll all go back to normal. Uh,
Oh, I just wanted to make sure we included that in there.
right. That, there'll be some kind of a it'll look like the hobby that we used to know. Well, I'm just thinking, okay, well, so all the people that have made all this money or whatnot are just gonna stop wanting to make that money. I don't see that happening.
Well, I think maybe again, this part is 100% speculation. It's just us making guesses. We can
Yeah,
make
sure.
educated guesses. At least we have some understanding of history. We can borrow from that, but we don't
Okay.
have the history of this exact scenario. We don't have this to draw from. So
Yeah.
we're pulling different aspects of stuff we have experience to try to formulate something together. But what I think is that I think there'll be some cards for which there will be a big pullback in inflation in that scenario. And I think some people will lose money and I think they'll leave. And then other people will stick around. And I think there'll be a balance where certain cards will continue to roll on. Like for that's why I say like you treat this market like um it's this one cohesive thing, but it's not. It's
Yeah.
these little pieces that are comprised on it. It's like if Fernando Tatis' career ends right this minute, that sucks for you if you're holding Fernando Tatis. But if you're holding Ronald Acuna or one of these other guys, like, do you care? Did it make any difference? Not really. Nothing changed. If you're a Trout believer, you're wrong, but nonetheless, it hasn't affected you. But the point, though, is that if you are the problem here is the mentality of you were invested, hashtag invest. But if you're invested in a certain player and you're like banking your fortune on, well, maybe that's your first problem. That might be your first issue. But if you're just picking up the cards because you think, oh, it'd be nice if this happened and you bought at a reasonable price point and you're comfortable riding the wave, because there's going to be waves. Even if the player turns out to be a Hall of Famer, there'll be some waves. There'll be some times
Hmm.
where things are going great. There'll be some times where they'll have some struggles. And over the course of a long career to get to the Hall of Fame, if that's what you think is going to happen, stuff's going to happen. Even guys where in the end, now we're sitting there and they're setting records. Like I'll use a guy that I don't personally don't like, but his career warrants consideration. Derek Jeter, pretty good career. A couple of 5 World Series. I think
Not
I
too
think
shabby.
3,400 hits or thereabouts, something like that. Pretty good, pretty good.
I mean, his nickname is the Captain.
Yeah.
So,
So and and part of a very popular team, we'll say, reasonably
sure.
popular in the realm of baseball. I think so. But all those components, and right after he retired, you could have gotten that SP rookie for a pretty reasonable price, especially compared to what they are today. He already had the Hall of Fame career.
I heard his Murphy is down, in a 10 is
Sure.
down substantially.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at though is that if you go back in time to the end of his career, after you no longer have to go like, well, is he going to be a Hall of Fame? Yes.
I see.
Personally,
Yep, sure.
I would say I would rather not. I would rather he didn't, but I'm reasonably confident he will be. So it's one of those things where it's like it wasn't like this was this, you didn't have to really gamble that hard at the end of his career to suggest he was going to get the Hall of Fame.
So, is it too late to get, this unrelated, is it too late to get in on Jeter? Like, where else can his market go? After the Hall of Fame, do we just have to wait until, 2026 when we get the 30-year anniversary of the World Series documentary or whatnot, the first World Series back in New York?
Right
You
now,
know, I,
right now what you're experiencing, right now what we've got, because after he retired is when you started having those price fluctuations. So what you've
mhm.
got now is now you're looking at basically people are now trying to put him into an all-time like category and they're trying to like weigh him. So
The
they're
year
looking
of the
at they're
goat.
buying these things as like a long-term hold. And some folks are like, "Oh my God, the price will go up." Because I wanted to give context, so I'll quickly do that. I don't remember what year he retired. I forget what his last year was. The year escapes me.
If
Um,
he was in the Hall of Fame if he was inducted last year, then it would be 5 years prior.
so about 2015 thereabouts.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
2015 was his last base card, last base tops card. So
Okay,
that's a
sure.
good.
So let's say
Mhm.
2015. Okay, 2015. I'll give you an example. So let's use his let's use his SP and we'll say PSA 9. So reasonably attainable, not necessarily the 10, but reasonably attainable. And the SP is a very condition sensitive card, to be clear, because we know it like has chipping issues and all kinds of stuff.
Sure.
Okay, so rolling into the year 2016. So after that season, you could have gotten the card for $1,625.
Wow.
Pretty not an insignificant amount, but not like ridiculous, not
But in
absurd.
2015, that was an absurd amount of money, I think, for a Jeter rookie, I think.
Sure, sure,
Yeah.
sure. But it peaked out in February this year so far. The current peak was about
Oof.
35,000
Oh, in a nine.
in a 9.
Wow.
So comparatively okay, I guess.
Yeah, I like that margin.
Yeah. Now you go down to something like an 8. So let's say a nine's too much for you, Bob. Let's say a nine's too much. We're not playing in Amish Dave Archer,
We don't
money.
have chairs money, right?
Yeah, exactly. The 8 was $127.71 in January of 2016.
Five
Is
figures
that does
still.
that work for you? 127
Yeah,
bucks? Is that
I could
okay?
do that. I could
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah. So that one topped out at about 2 grand.
Okay.
So I was not in the market for Derek Jeter at any price, but
Yeah.
but it's not a bad bet in 2015, 2016 that the guy was eventually going to go, that somebody was eventually going to, his stuff was eventually going to go up in price. And it has
Yeah.
gone past, and by the way, the Hall of Fame thing is over and the prices still hold pretty well. And there may be an opportunity. Right now, it's not about what he's doing anymore. Like, it would be very difficult for him to do something that will, like, bolster his price. It's going to be people going like, well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a New York Yankee. He's still around. So why does the price keep going up? Because people are into it's like, well, it's still a condition sensitive card. Even in an 8, it's still a pretty good condition for that type of card with the chipping and the foil and all that stuff. So that's
Sure.
why. So I want to quickly grab a couple of these comments here. Santa Sonora said, I said last week a $5,000 card is one ACL tear away from being $5 for a current player. Absolutely. It can be. I think Tatis will end up out for the year. They said they will need surgery eventually, but that type of injury playing could make it worse. Now that's an interesting take on it. That could
Hmm.
that could be an issue. Yeah. And I appreciate the nomenclature. Nobody has chairs money, you peasants. Correct. Correct. That is valid. That is fair.
Peasants is your word. Are you chair?
Listen, I would not dare to blaspheme and try
Okay.
to imitate chair. Also, I would have spelled peasants correctly, but that's not the point. Um, but I do appreciate the sentiment, and I agree with it.
Yes.
I do appreciate
I
the
do
sentiment,
too,
and I'm in
actually.
agreement with it. Absolutely.
He
But the
lets me
thing
know
is,
where I stand all the time.
absolutely. But the thing is, I just used the Jeter example because like people like to play this game. People like to play this game where they're like, okay, well, what if I had? Well, you had 100 what ifs, and like I said, the Jeter one was not like a high risk play. You had to assume it was going to
No.
go up somewhat. Like
Sure.
it's not an unreasonable. Even if it had gone up to like, from 127 to $600, you're still doing okay. Like, are you offended by that? Is that terrible for you? No, it's fine.
I I remember, so back speaking of the Stadium Club Murphy, like when that was sort of like this, okay, the 93 SP is out of my reach.
Mhm.
The next best is still multi-thousand-dollar card. It's like, dang. I guess I'll just have to stick to score or tops.
Yep. Well, it's funny because I remember. So when
What?
we're talking about like 93. Yep. When we talk about like 93, I remember opening packs of 93 tops. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think they were. I think they had like the higher capacity packs as well. Didn't they have like fat packs or something equivalent to it? Something like that. I think they had the regular packs, and then I feel like I don't think they were rack packs. I think there was something else, like
Um,
jumbo packs or something like that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like there was
I
another version of the packs.
I don't know. I know 91 was the last rack pack that I remember with the three sections in it.
Yeah, I want to say they're jumbo packs, but maybe I'm totally remembering something wrong here. But I'll have to take a look. Jumbo box, so maybe that sounds right to me. I feel like that's true. I'll take a look. David Adams Card World, 24 packs per box, 41 cards per pack. Yeah, okay, that sounds right to me.
41 cards, that's a jumbo pack. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. So yeah, I remember there being jumbo packs, and I remember getting them at a store called Byway. And Byway was not like a dollar store, but it was like it was like a small step above a dollar store. So,
Like
and
a
I
Dollar
think that
General.
basically, and I think those jumbo packs might have been like $1.50, and they had a whole stack of them for the longest time.
Wow.
Because 93 tops really wasn't that crazy, and they had some 94 tops as well. So it was a couple of years after, so you could still get them super cheap. And those
Do
jumbo
they have
packs.
any Magic the Gathering?
I wish.
That
No, we enjoyed that. Here's the thing: the conversation that
was
we
good.
had. Yeah, the conversation that we had with it, I was laughing because as I was chatting with Steve about it and everything, it took me down the rabbit hole of going to look into like what some of the stuff was for the time period that I did buy it in,
Hmm.
and I was like, "Ooh, that hurts." Ooh,
I need another beer. Yeah.
yeah. I've got my beer ready to go, but I want to finish. I want to finish my Coke first. But but the thing was, no, they used to have like these starter decks. They were just random cards, like 60 random
Okay.
cards inside of it, and they were retail $8.95 US. Canada was more expensive, but I think they were like 12 or $15 Canada, in Canada. So I bought them, and that was 1997. They were like $15. Now, have they gone up to thousands of dollars? No, this is the fifth edition. This wasn't the first or second or third
Sure.
edition. This was the fifth edition, but they're still upwards of like 140, 150 US. I was like,
Wow.
oh, come on, man. That hurts my feelings. The most
Yeah.
expensive card you can pull in it is like a $60 card. And I was like, even if I pulled it, I'm still losing. This sucks. This
How does
sucks.
that work?
I was like, this is brutal. Oh my goodness. Yeah, bring back Byway. Yes, yes. And their $5 Velcro strap sneakers. Yes. I do remember that. I figured somebody would remember that reference. There you go. You got to know. If you know, you know. Good old Byway. Yeah. But the thing was like they had packs and stuff like that at the time. They had the jumbo packs of 93 and stuff like
Sure.
that, and it would have been funny if they had Magic the Gathering, but it was funny. Good callback by your part. But I think though the bigger piece of that, the Magic the Gathering thing is not important in the sense of what it is. It doesn't matter. It's not the point. The point is there is a nostalgic aspect to it. I remember buying that thing, and I was looking. I actually went looking because I know I still had that starter pack somewhere. I was like, because I had the original one that I opened, and I kind of want one. Now I kind of want the stupid thing, and I don't even want to
Yeah,
open it. I
right.
just want to have it. I just want to have it because I was like, I remember when I bought the stupid thing. Now it's overpriced ridiculously, but I
Right.
was like, okay, I still kind of want it now. But I'm sure as hell not opening it. It's not worth it.
So I opened my phone up the other day and I go to Google Chrome and it inevitably gives me sort of the based upon all the spying it does on me,
Mhm.
um, stuff that I'll be interested in.
If you wore the tinfoil hat, though, they wouldn't be able to read your mind.
Something about Tom Brady investing in NFTs.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And I'm just like I see that more and more. Somebody else is investing in the they're either starting their own or I'm like I just happen to be and this is not like I'm not trying to sound like anyways, I'm talking to my prudential guy earlier today
Okay.
and I just asked him sort of his 2 cents on that whole thing, and he's more of a tangible goods kind of guy.
Yeah. A lot of folks are. That makes sense.
Yeah. Having said that though, it's like um I do see the application for the future whatevers.
Mhm.
Um but I can't bridge that gap of this stuff out in the ether that you're collecting and it's like digital files, I haven't been able to make sense of the collectability aspect of that yet.
Okay.
Um
No, I think that's reasonable. But let me pose the original question back to you then. Let me rephrase the question. So, Bob, can you tell me what the value is of a piece of cardboard? Because I used
Okay.
the analogy before. I talk about the 52 tops mantle, the iconic card of the hobby. But the old cardboard, and I mentioned it before, the way they did the cardboard at that time is it was like this compressed, compressed cardboard. But if you go look at
Okay.
some of those old tops cards, maybe where the edges have frayed a little bit, you can see that it's almost layers to it. Like there's actually layers to that cardboard. It's like this compressed cardboard kind of thing. But what happens though is you got the printing on one side and the printing on the other side because you've got like a semi-gloss on one side and like the more cardboardy stock on the other side. So it's not like one solid piece. You printed it on one side and printed it on the other. Not exactly.
Right.
They kind of put it together. But I joked about it and I said it kind of in jest, but it's true. You could technically peel away the back layer. You could technically peel away the front layer and be left with cardboard in the middle. But what happens is, as a result, the actual, what makes the 52 mantle is actually a couple of layers of, cardboard on the front and a couple of layers of cardboard on the back. But the difference between a 52 tops mantle and a 52 tops common is a couple of fibers of cardboard. And it goes from being like a $5 card to a $50,000 card. Why? The thinnest of layers of cardboard. Why do you care? Why does anyone care? And if you own this card, and if you're a person of normal means, it's probably in a bank vault. You probably don't have it in your house. So it means you own it. You can go visit it, technically. But most of the time, you're probably looking at a picture of it, unless you want to go to the bank vault all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so in essence, okay. So what makes that valuable?
Is that somebody else is
People
willing
would,
to pay for it? That's it. It's valuable because someone else would, if you went to go sell it, someone else would buy it from you and they'd pay X, whatever that is. And maybe a couple of other people would pay you X. That's the value. The value just exists because someone will pay for it. Period. Whatever it
so
is.
what would you say then determines value? Like rarity?
It's not.
And is it all just because a person is willing to pay that much?
Yes. That's it.
Hmm.
This has been the great paradox the great issue that collectors have with it. They're like, why is this so expensive? Because someone's willing to pay for it. But it's not rare. But someone was willing to pay for it, even either knowing or not knowing that it's not rare. That's it. That's the reason why you've got these graded cards that are in the tens of thousands, even in graded condition. So imagine how many there are that are
Is
not
that
graded.
sustainable?
Only as long as people are willing to delude themselves. They basically think that someone else will buy it from them. As long as they believe, it doesn't matter what the truth is. That's why I say, like, when we do
that's a scary place to be, man.
But that's the reality. That's the reality. I have the comfort of knowing that that's the reality. So I'm not deluding myself. I'm like, guys, I can look at it and go like, I love to give you a rational reason for it, but you're trying to find rationality in a market that is disconnected from the fundamentals. Scarcity doesn't matter to some people. And the important thing is that it doesn't matter to enough people that it maintains it. Your question is it sustainable? As long as they're willing to live that delusion. The moment the
let me
dream
ask you
breaks,
this then. Just because one person is willing to pay that much for said whatever, does that then mean that all the others of that should be sold at that amount? Like, is that now what it's worth? Or was it only just worth that much to that one guy?
well, the thing is, in your scenario, it's only worth it to that one guy. But the problem is that someone else is looking at it and then accepting it.
No, they don't want what that guy paid for it. They want $2,000 more because now it's like the bar has been set here.
Agreed.
So the next one's got to be sold for more.
Yep. And the thing
It
is,
has
though,
to be.
the thing is, though, they're finding someone to buy it. Because if it sat there forever, and let's say there was, 10,000 copies, one copy sold for $1,000 for no reason, one copy, and then the next guy tries to put it for $1,200, and it sits there for a year and a half.
Yeah.
But there's 10,000 copies, and they're all sitting there for a year and a half. Everybody's got it $1,200. Everybody, and it's not selling. No one else is buying. And every time you got a best offer, look, dude, $50. But the last one sold for, I don't care. It goes back to what I said a moment ago about the graded card. The guy said,
Yeah.
but it costs this much to have it graded. He gave me very rational points. It costs this much to have it graded, blah, blah, blah. It's in, gem mint condition. The subgrades are great. And I said, that is, everything you said is 100% true. I will give you the rock hard price. You haven't
And
sold
he
it.
accepted.
You
Yeah.
haven't sold it.
Hmm.
Well, in the end, he took it because he was like, it had been sitting up there apparently for a while. So it's like, so you either want to get some money and just eat it, or you can sit on it forever. Because I said, I'm not going up 1 cent. Because that's what it was worth to me. But I was also the only one buying. So it's worth what I want to pay in that scenario.
Right.
But to your point, the problem is there are other folks, though, that don't. You can tell them these things. You can say, but there's 15,000 copies. Oh, but it's a PS10. There's 15,000 copies. 15,000. You need 15,001 buyers to make this work. You need to make sure you have 15,001 buyers. Otherwise, this doesn't work. It falls apart. Oh, but there's not 15,000 on eBay. That's true. That's because somebody's sitting with a stack of 200 of them. And not more than one somebody, a bunch of somebodies. But they're doling them out a little at a time, but there's still 15,000. The argument that, oh, well, we don't see them all at once, is like, that's fine, but you still need enough buyers. If they eventually all make it out on the market, you need enough buyers. When you run out of buyers, the price drops. Because eventually somebody will be like, yeah, okay, look, I'm interested in the card. Say, oh, the going rate is $1,000. I'll give you $200.
I've fallen victim to that. I mean, a victim, but like
Bob's a victim.
you notice a certain card is selling for more than you expected.
Yeah.
I'm going to list mine. Well, guess what? 500 other people noticed the same thing, and they all listed theirs too. So now it's like, it's kind of obvious supply and demand economics, but oh well.
But that's just it. But it's kind of what you kind of alluded to. It's what Paul says here. The value only sticks along as it's the same thing that happened. I feel like sometimes, and I feel bad about it, because I feel like sometimes we rehash the same themes. Like we borrow, you can pick the topic about the hobby, but we're going to borrow the same themes. Why is the retail selling out? Because people are hoarding it. But why are they hoarding it? Because there's reselling it. But why is it reselling? Because people are buying it at the inflated price. Why is it inflated? Because people keep paying it. It's everything.
I think it just takes us that many times to really for it to sink in. Like, okay,
like it doesn't matter.
I've heard it 30 times now. I'm willing to accept it.
Yeah, it's like pick your category, pick your ill in the hobby, and my answer to me will be supply and demand. But the supply is really high, but the demand is higher. But why? Because they think there's even more demand than there actually is. And as long as they believe, it's the Matrix thing. As long as you believe, it's real. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. I'm the guy who already knows that the machines have done their thing. It's like, I've been here the whole time. It's like, I could tell you, but you're not going to believe me.
I'm Morpheus. Yeah.
It's like, I've been trying to tell y'all, but it's like, look, do your thing. If it makes you happy, keep doing your thing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But then don't come crying to me when at some point you're like, but wait, you didn't tell us. Yes, I did. I literally did at every single turn, over and over again. I tried to tell you over and over again.
To the point where we thought we were, yeah. I hear it. I hear it.
It's like I get tired repeating myself in this regard. It's like you have a choice, guys. It's the same thing that happened with the grading thing too. No one is putting a gun to your head and telling you have to have it in the graded holder. It's a nice to have for a lot of cards. For some collectors, it's a nice to have, but it's not a necessity. Your customary one touch will suffice. It will be fine. It'll be okay.
I'm going to take a break. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Do your thing. But anyway, guys, I do enjoy when Bob brings up that type of conversation because it does exactly let chair take over. Very nice. There you go. The broadcast is taken to another dimension. What I was going to say though is I do appreciate though Bob's perspective on it because he does bring a good collective perspective because some people are struggling with that idea. And if you guys have any thoughts on it one way or the other, please feel free to share. It does get repetitive and I feel bad almost sounding like a broken record about it. But the only thing I can say, though, is what it is, because it hasn't changed. The rules of engagement here have not changed. We can pick a billion examples. We can do, graded cards, ungraded cards, retail. We can talk about whatever you want. But the question as to why this is the way it is or why people are doing this, that, and the other thing, it's like, well, supply and demand, the theory applies, but the reality is being clouded by the fact that people's belief supersedes the reality. If they believe for some reason that the demand is even higher than the real demand is, then that's all that matters because then they'll pay the price, and that reinforces the delusion in somebody else's mind. It becomes a herd mentality. It's like, yeah, let's just keep rolling along. Let's just keep going. Yeah, it must be higher because these people keep buying it, so they got to know something. It's like, well, why don't you do your own research? Oh well, but they keep buying, so it must be true. So Bobby, if you're good, just nod, and I'll bring you up. All right, sounds good. Mr. Bobby, how's it going?
Hey, are we working?
Yep, we are working.
And
So real
there's
quick,
Bob.
yeah,
Chair.
we got chair right now, so we got analyst chairs taking over for Bob for a minute. I did mention at the beginning of the show that you did the conversation with young Charles on Card Canucks on the
Yeah.
YouTube channel. So
Yeah.
that came on prior. How did that go? How did you enjoy it? I got to listen to a good chunk of it, so I didn't. I had to kind of tune off towards the end because I
I
had to
get
start
it.
up.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's fine.
I had to hear a good chunk of it. How was it?
Oh, I enjoyed being there. It was really fun. Charles is he's pretty good. I have to give him credit. He's really up and coming. And how did you enjoy it?
I think it went well. I got a chance. I was kind of listening in, kind of as I was setting everything up. I kind of had it on, and I was kind of checking it out. But I think it was a good line of questioning. I think it was he's got the youthful enthusiasm going for it, so it's kind of fun, which is good. As opposed to my grumpy curmudgeondom. I do enjoy my grumpy curmudgeondom. At this point, I've done this too many times. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was kind of fun. Same line of questioning, but from a different angle, which was really good. I like that part. You can only explain yourself so many times. But we had fun and a lot of good questions from the audience, and very nice, very nice. Well done. What were you guys talking about here?
So a moment ago, I think what
What's
Bob
the
was
big news?
yeah, no, that's the talking a little bit about the Joe Musgrove in baseball is close to throwing a no hitter, so they're just updating us a little bit on what's going on with it.
Oh, play by play. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so good evening, Amit.
I mean,
Yep. Victor says hi, Bob. Howdy, Bobby.
Victor.
But no, what we were chatting about a little bit, and Bob brought up, and Bob was kind of talking his way through it because one of the things that he struggles with a little bit, and he's not the only one. He's still working on the supply demand thing from the perspective of like, is the current situation sustainable with what certain people are paying for certain cards, certain prices and things. And I was kind of taken back going like, it's a bit of a broken record thing. I feel
It
bad about
is.
that, but it almost, and I used kind of the Matrix analogy is what I said, is I said, as long as you believe it's real, to you it's real because you are acting as if it's real. So if enough people also follow that same path, you've created the reality. Even though like if somebody's sitting back, taking a sober look at it, going, guys, this actually makes no objective sense.
Mhm.
The fundamentals don't match.
So perception of reality is really where we're at this point, I'd say.
100%, 100%. But that's a very powerful thing. It's not a small thing.
It's-
If you believe hard enough and you see things and you see people buying them for this price and you think, oh my God, I got to get in on this. I got to get in on this. I got to get in on this. If you act accordingly, you reinforce this for somebody else. And then they act accordingly and it reinforces it for somebody else. And you are all perpetuating that belief.
That's the perception, and then the reality takes over.
Yeah.
So,
But it only works until something breaks the cycle. Someone has to break it.
well, we've had a lot of interjections with the PSA backup, the cutoff. We have COMC. We have all these other factors coming into play, and it's a real hard thing to process in your head. Where are things going? We had a jump. Now it's leveling off. Jordan went down a little bit. Like everyone's taking everything into consideration, and it's so hard to know where the market is going at this point. I would say, even I, like I know anything, know what's going to happen in the next 6 months. We don't really. I see COVID ending, and I see things going back to normal, and I see people not so keen on things. But I do believe that the investors are keen on keeping their money well invested into the hobby and keeping their cards up. So that'll be a different aspect that'll be coming our way. Again, I think there's another surge coming, yes, from what I just said.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think a lot of it also comes down to, so from the investor side of it, there is incentive And thanks to you guys for keeping us updated. I clicked on. I was kind of testing it, so hopefully my video didn't glitch out. I clicked on MLB.com and quickly checked and peeked over, and I saw the last out. So I was following up along. Just thought I'd check in. I didn't want to play it the whole time. I just thought I'd catch the last little bit there. But all I was going to say was playing into that idea though. The investors have every incentive to keep the thing going, but some of these investors also don't understand the market that much themselves either. So for them, this feels like they're going with like feeling. It's not like what the numbers say. It's like, but it feels like every time I go to the card show, people are asking about this and this card and that card. But these people keep stacking these cards up, but they're plentiful. But then you go to the showcase and they're full of them.
Oh yeah.
Like visually in your mind, it should be like for a card that should be that is so hot, you have a ton.
Or 40 or 50K.
And then I go to the next, booth over and they have 5 of them. And then I go to the next booth over and they have 5 of them. And they have 10 of them. And they have 50 of them. And they have 10 of them. Like you start adding it up and go, how many do we have at the show?
One show.
Yeah, like how many hundreds can we get together? Like that's kind of interesting.
Well, you saw Sasha buy those stack of 10s, I'm buying all the Luca, I'm buying this. It's like, and that's one show in Dallas. You sit there and go, okay, across the whole, whew, I don't know.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder.
And I can tell you, though, in the most recent episode, he went to one of the dealers there in California and sold a stack of them.
I didn't see that one yet.
Yeah. So his most recent one, I think it was Melrose Sports Cards, and he went and sold a stack of the ones he picked up. Because for a dealer it's inventory, so for them it's like, yeah, okay, so what do you want to do? It's like, well, buy these ones off of me, I'll trade you this thing, we'll do a deal for some of this other stuff. So they basically combined it into part of a larger deal. So he took this big old stack, he goes, here you go, now it's yours. So he got it, and then now it's gone.
Would he buy anything, or
he went
trade up?
Yeah, he traded up for a bit, and he also got some cash out of it. I have to take a look at the more specifics of it, but it's kind of a standard deal but it's not a bad thing. Like as a dealer, like, okay, you go get the stack of cards and then you go sell it. Even if he seems very comfortable making 15, 20, 30% on transactions like that in volume. Well,
fine.
That's money. Like, so that's a profit. Like it doesn't matter. And then as he trades up, like you keep doing that. And then eventually you trade up and it's like, what's the downside? You're getting rarer cards in return for more common stuff. And the dealer needs to turn over inventory. So for him, it's like, okay, this stack of slabs will eventually go away. So for me, I can afford to hold them for a while.
And then eventually gets up to another Charizard, right?
Exactly. And it could very well be the case. His specific strategy, we don't know, but it's one of those things to develop. But the idea of consistently turning over inventory, well, that's how you make money. You consistently have to turn over inventory.
I don't think there's really a specific strategy that he does have, because it's what comes along, because he's running from the hip. You go to a show, you don't know what's there. It's not like you can go, I'm looking to buy this, this, and this. I'm going to trade it for this, or I'm going to sell it for this, and I'm waiting for this. You can't, because you don't know what's available when you walk into a show, or what's on eBay at any given point in time. It's just what comes up. So I think they roll with the punches and they see what's available, and they make their moves accordingly.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense, because if you're a dealer who's not setting up necessarily with a booth, although he does do that sometimes, if you're doing a lot of transactions, doing a lot of back and forth, you do need a certain amount of flexibility. I did chuckle though, because I got the comment on that episode, kind of in the text thread a little bit, and then also a couple of other folks also reached out as well, and they basically laughed because in that episode, at one point in Melrose, the dealer was trying to sell him on an SPX Sidney Crosby and SPX Ovechkin rookies. He was trying to get him to look at that, and he was taking a look at it. He doesn't really have the familiarity
for hockey, with
hockey per se, but he's open-minded enough to at least look into it, because like for him, it's like whatever's profitable, whatever makes sense. If it's soccer, if it's football, it's baseball, whatever.
Commodity.
Whatever. I'm here to do a job, so to speak. So it's like whatever works. 2015 Burrell away for the new one. Nice. Yeah. But
well, it's always nice to sit back with the book in hand. I always find that I enjoy a book better. I'm going to make a a copy for myself of the book, of the online book, in my just for a book, because I do like sitting back and looking through books opposed to online all the time.
Well, it is funny because not related specifically to your book, but in the same premise, um, the basketball, the name escapes me, but Real 27 guy did a basketball collector magazine. He
Oh
did
yeah, yeah,
basically a
yeah,
virtual
yeah,
magazine.
yeah.
But because he got so much demand for it, he now offers a physical version. So he does. So he now will print out and send off a
Yeah.
physical version of it, because some people really liked it. Now, and the
Yeah.
reality is, they could have printed out their own copy. Like because you get a digital PDF file, so you can just print it. You can do it yourself. But he said, okay, well, enough of you guys are asking. So, like, look, if you really want to, then this is the amount. I will
Mm-hmm.
send you a physical copy. I will mail it to you, and then
Yep.
here you go.
Very
Because for
good.
some folks, it's still for some folks, they're still like they want the tangibility of being able to go through it. There's a value to that. So, as long as they're willing to cover his costs of printing and shipping it, then sure, so be it.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to pick up at your leisure and put down, and you don't always have to be sitting at the computer. It's nice to sit back in a easy chair and just sit down and kind of read an article or look at something at your leisure. Somebody asks you a question, you can just put it down and pick it right back up, rather than, there's a difference. And I guess I grew up in a different age, so I appreciate the printed value opposed to people like the online value more, because they're always on their phone or they're always on the computer.
I think that's a real thing though. Also, to be honest, depending on the screen you're looking at, some of them are a little bit more eye strain. Like if you're looking at the piece of paper, will usually be a little less eye strain, because one of the things that I have an iPad and I love it, and it does a lot of good things that I can do on it, which is great. Like I'll take notes for work on it, to be honest, because I have an app that allows me to do that, and then I could transfer that over to my computer and be able to use. It'll even transfer the text over, and I can borrow it and use it. Go ahead.
Do you use Kindle, or you just buy a book physical?
I have used. I will get certain books physical. It depends on the book. If it's a book I know I'm going to read through pretty quick, I'd rather have the Kindle version, because I don't want to physically have to deal with the book. If it's a book I may refer back to multiple times, then there's some value to having the physical.
Yeah.
So it depends on my use. It depends on my use case. Otherwise, you'd have a big old stack of books. And basically, I'd end up like my mom, who eventually is like, so what do I do? Well, now you're going to, unless you want to sell them, you give them away. So she gives them to Goodwill. So she ends up grabbing a stack, and then they go to Goodwill, and then another stack comes in. And then she goes to Goodwill and gets more books. So the cycle continues.
It's good. The Goodwill's great for books. I got a first copy of, what was it? The Godfather. I think I got like $350 back about 10, 12 years ago, maybe.
Nice.
Maybe even longer than that. I was just going through and I looked, and you always know, you look at the first print copy, first print run, second, third, fourth. So this was the first, and I said, wow, that's great. For $3, and I got 300. Oh, there's Bob. Oh, now he's gone.
It's okay. We got Chair in the meantime.
Yes.
So Fresh Bread here asks, are the 1971 Toronto Star photos covered? I assume in the book. Just picked up a collection of 500 of them. Does it have any tips or treasures to look for in them?
One of my, it's a Toronto Sun photos, I think. I don't think it's a Toronto Star. Is that correct? Fresh Bread?
You're asking me.
No, I'm asking Fresh Bread. Yeah.
Did they have a star as well, though, or was it just the Sun that you recall?
No. The Star did player photos back then.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I know the Star did do
but that's
some
full
stuff.
Pages.
Gotcha.
I don't think anybody really even.
Gotcha.
71? Maybe not 71. More 75, 76. Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty much the earliest. I think he's talking about the Toronto Sun photos. Yeah, they're the 5x7s.
Yep. So it looks like Toronto Sun is right. Yep.
Yes, my error. Okay, that's okay. You're testing me. I knew you were. There's nothing really particular to look for. The best things that sell are generally the introduction sheet and most of the team introduction cards, where the team cards that just have the team logo on them. A lot of people say that the Stackhouse, Ron Stackhouse, is a short print. I've never found proof of that. I don't know why. It's just one of those old wives' tale in the hobby. So the Stackhouse should be a common price. There's no reason for him being a short print. So there's nothing particularly rare about the set. You know, Bobby Orr always sells for good. The one big thing is most of these were put in albums, and they had these metal. They had punch holes along the side, 2 punch holes, and you buy an album and you put them in there. And they had these metal sleeves you put them over that would keep them in the album. A lot of those condition is determined based on if those punch holes are damaged. So if they are damaged, you know, you might call them near mint. Otherwise, if they have damage to those holes, they're not. But they're very popular. I started collecting those, and I stopped collecting cards at that time in '71. Very, very nice. Different full pictures, full names of the players on the back, good write-ups. Just a very nice, different set. So that's all I can say about that. Nothing more.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And these
you remember them from the album?
Yeah.
No, they're color.
Oh, nice. From 1971. That's actually pretty good. Not bad. Nice.
Yeah, it's nice. There's a Paul Henderson. He's got like this football helmet kind of because he broke his nose or something like that. And so it was some cool, different pictures. Unique pictures, that's for sure.
Sounds good.
We removed them from the album, so obviously he's going to have some damage to the punch holes. So that's according to the grade and how bad they are. They're always affected if they were in an album. Always.
That's fair. I think that's good. So now we got Bob and Bobby. So there you go. We got 2 Bobs.
I have to say, I pick up the wife on the way home. Inevitably, I go and I park out front of her building, but on the way there, it's probably a 15-minute drive from my work to hers. I put on the Carlos and Bobby Burrell discussion of food and beverage issues, which was still playing when the wife got in the car. And it not because to no fault of your own, it was kind of, I got one of these from the passenger side. You know, like, are we going to listen to this? But I found it to be very interesting. Not to plug you guys' own show on your show.
At least one person did, right?
Nice. Sounds fair. Hey, listen, whatever format works is the best. It's one of those things. I'm still working on getting caught up on the audio version of the show, the audio archives. But I did. I think I mentioned to the guys the other day. It's like I'm realizing I'm running into a horrific math problem because these are ridiculously long, which in one way is good for like a podcast format. It's not, you can take it with you. You don't have to listen to one sitting, so that's nice. But then I realized, like, in order to get caught up, and like, I'm through January, now I'm into February. So I'm getting caught up slowly, but I'm like, at the rate I'm going with the length of shows and the amount of shows, I'm going to have to do like 4 a week just to not like take 3 or 4 months just to get caught up to present day. And I'm like, oh God.
Don't quit your day job.
Ooh. Well, I keep, I'm a bit torn about it because I can see that there are people who are downloading them. And the number has been slowly increasing as time has gone on. And I'm like, oh, interesting. Even the one that I did with Steve, it was 7.5 hours.
Wow.
I was like, really?
That's a whole shift at work.
I was like, all right, guys. All right, then. Whatever works. Whatever
It's
works.
not like the 7 hours were great. It's just there's little pockets of information all through
at least
that.
4 or 5 minutes inside of that 7 hours.
At least
4 or 5
yeah,
minutes.
times 3 or 4. Yeah,
listen,
sure,
Bobby,
right.
give us some credit. We can get like 4 or 5 minutes of useful content out of 7.5 hours, I think.
So,
Generally.
Bobby, what does your today collecting look like? Is it is it card based at all? I'm sure it is to some extent, but I know you're dubbed a collectible guy by Carlos. The Nick. But you still into? Do you do cards?
Not too much. I'm
Really?
sort of. I kind of collect things that are. I do collect some cards, yes, but not very many. And I used to collect the unusual ones, the harder ones to find that people don't really know about. The one thing about my website, it'll show everything that I do know. So I've been covering all that information for so many years that people really don't really realize what are short prints, what are tough cards to find, what are so I do know that stuff, and I've been using that to my advantage. I can't say that I haven't made a few dollars here and there, a few shekels on different cards, but it's not really part of my collection.
Mhm.
If I had unlimited funds, I would get a lot of different sets. Yes, I'd like to work on the 55 Parker set. I really like that set, on the and the Quaker Oats as well. There's certain sets that I really like. Carlos is doing the 60-61. That's a great set too.
Yeah.
I really like the Parker sets, and very colorful, very well done. It's just a matter of, I have other things. It's really interesting that when you do the research behind these sets, you start getting into them. Have you ever found an issue where you go, wow, that's unusual. Nobody knows about this issue. And you start discovering the information, become sort of the information guru on that stuff. And you sit there and go, wow, it just takes over. And that's what happens with all the food issue and the merchandise stuff, is there's so little known about it, and I know so much about it.
I
My
know a little bit
passion is
about
there.
like baseball stuff where, I think that Myers-Briggs Myers-Briggs. There was one baseball release where they were hand cut cards, but most of the people they cut. So I think there's a Willie Mays. It had an orange border around it, but most people cut just the photo part of it and left the border
Left the border
off
out.
it.
Mm-hmm.
So that creates a scarcity for ones that have a border. I just thought you had said, which cards are rarer than others, and did hockey, or does hockey, in the vein of like Topps, where they had a high series where apparently they were harder to get or a shorter print. Is there anything kind of equivalent or similar to that hockey might have? Or
The only series I can think of is 72 with the high series.
why would a card be short print among the masses of like a full set? Like, why is one just because of where it was on the sheet and it
Well, if the card set was an odd number, and there's only 132 cards on the sheet, so either you have 132 cards, or 264, 390, you get into those odds. If there's other cards that are short printed to fill in those gaps on lesser sets, then you end up with short prints, and then in default you end up with double prints as well.
Sure.
So looking for some of those short prints, none of really stand out unless you get back to the 20s.
Yeah.
Some of those in the 20s, and maybe even a couple in the 30s, but other than that, for the most part, no.
One quick contrast I'll put in there, Bob, that
Sure.
kind of plays into that, is that with baseball, you got that more just because the baseball sets were so much bigger. Because you had more cards, breaking them
some
up
of them
into
had
the
like 7 series and stuff.
Yeah, made
Oh,
more
yeah.
logical sense, because in a hockey set, like Bobby referenced that 60-61, it's a 61 card set. Imagine if you tried to break it up in even 2 series. You're like, wait, so I'm collecting 30 cards and then 31? What are you, an idiot?
Sure.
What's wrong with you? Like,
Okay.
why? Why would you even bother?
Well, that's context that I really didn't have
no, for sure.
clue.
No, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I'm just offering that as a rationale why it made sense to be like, yeah, short prints happen, but for reasons related to manufacturer or the sheets or whatever, as opposed to being like, oh, well, this was the last series. It was at the end of the season. Football was about to start, so the kids were kind of off it. So it just didn't sell well. So it just kind of like gone.
Yeah.
Which is what happened a lot of times in baseball. It was just that they were like, look, it's the end of the season. Like, make the series. We'll finish the set off. But it's like, whatever sells. Whatever doesn't goes in the trash or whatever.
Well, Carlos was saying it's a 61 card set.
Yeah.
So nobody knows this, and I'll just release this right now. It's 121 cards on a Parker sheet, which is kind of weird. But anyways.
121?
Yeah. And, well, 121 different, so 122 probably. Yeah, something like that. So it's just how many cards are short printed, how many cards are double printed on your sheet for that year, Carlos? How many would be?
Well, if it's 122, though, it would be exactly 2 per sheet.
It would be exactly 2 per sheet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't get much variation, but when you have a 50 card set or 70 card set, 79 card set, whatever they had, a lot of different weird sets because of Topps and Parkers were going at it. They went with 2 teams. The other company had 4 teams. So there was all that going on, and there's a lot of short prints out there that haven't yet been documented. But it's interesting how many are double printed and are short printed out there, and nobody's found that information yet. And we're just pursuing that right now.
Yeah.
Has Parkhurst ever dabbled in any other sport other than hockey?
More than hockey, that's for sure.
You don't like your
Really?
Parkhurst wrestling cards, Bob? Come on, we gotta have some Parkhurst wrestling. So let me
No
quickly
clue.
go through the comments. Let me quickly go through comments, and we'll touch on that because it made me laugh. As soon as you brought that up, one of the appropriate commenters here is appropriate for this. So good evening to Charles as well. We did chat a little bit earlier. Bobby was on the show with Charles. So Card
I
Connects,
just saw
it is there.
him.
Yep,
Mhm.
I know it's been like minutes. Yeah, so Taj quickly says some days at work he has to drive 4 hours, so the show's a perfect length for those days. So for if you got a long drive, then those shows are probably okay for you. It'll work out. So Fresh Bread had $150 into the 500 1971 Toronto Sun cards. Jeremy says after listening,
Wow,
after
that's a
listening,
super deal.
yeah, I think for 500 cards, I think he's going to do all right. So after listening to 2 times to catch up, it's a whole different show in real time. You see, now you're living like I live. This is what happens. Real time it's kind of tough. So the reason I mentioned about the Parkhurst Wrestling was Canadian Cards. Mike here
Hey, Mike.
does collect some of the Parkhurst Wrestling. So that was one of a variety of different things that Parkhurst did. That was just one example, but they definitely did a bunch of different stuff. Trying to get buddy to team up with me to become the Burrells of the East Coast with knowledge and food issues and oddball stuff. There you go. We gotta use the Burrell as a reference point. Told you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Should've
I
been
know.
Called the Burrell, confirmed. So Robert here says Parker's CFL. That's another one too. Absolutely. Minor league project of the Montreal Royals, and there's a Lasorda there. So there's Parker's has a rich history. A lot of stuff.
Yeah, the Tommy Lasorda card's worth a lot. It's kind of one of his earliest cards. Parker's did, I think, out of how many issues did they do? You can keep naming them. They never stop. But like hockey, you can go through the different years. So you go from 51 to 62. So you're looking at, only so many years. With the non-sports, there's 2 to 3 times as many. Comic cards, Guns and Pistols, Race Against Time. The wrestling was 2 different years. They had fish cards. Oh boy, Frontier Days, Zorro. It keeps going.
I think it made sense for them because Parkhurst basically they're bubblegum cards as well, right? For Parkhurst. So at the end of the day, it's kind of the tops thing. Why do you make a bunch of this other stuff? Because the goal is to sell the gum. So it's like, look, if you will buy the cards, you're buying the gum. So just take it. So we'll give you a bunch of different stuff. Like, what can we offer you that will get you to buy the gum? What can we put in here that will make it interesting for you? Whatever that is, we'll make cards of that.
Yeah. It's very hard to believe that there was pre-war. There's over 400, I think there's 500 unique Canadian sets that are not tops based. That's pre-war.
Wow.
And that just tells you how much cards were in Canada at that time. Fish and rabbits and all these different military, lots of that war stuff. There's so many different things. And then Parker's just walked in and they hit a home run with many of the different issues that they had that were very exclusively Canadian, but some not, like the Zorro and a few other issues. But they were very unique with what they did. They were very smart.
They did borrow in some ways, though. That does mirror the tobacco card era because a lot of sports collectors will think about the T206s, the T205s, and stuff like that. But tobacco cards, flag cards, horse racing cards, auto racing cards, ships,
Fish, chicken, they keep
whatever,
going.
pick whatever ridiculous theme.
Yeah.
Anything you could put on a card. If it was a sports person, actor and actress, whatever, pick something, non-sports sport, objects, anything. They'd slap it on a tobacco card. Why not? If you'll buy the cigarette, who cares? But then pushing it forward a couple of decades to where we were selling gum, the concept hasn't changed. We want to sell the product. Look, buy the product. We'll throw in a card. Here you go.
Yeah.
Forgive me. What is the current status of the Parkhurst brand right now? Moderately speaking.
Well, they went out of business in 19. Well, they didn't. They changed their company name from in 1963. That's the last cards they issued for hockey, and they still issued gum, and they still issued, a couple other non-sports cards like the Monkeys, and they were affiliated with.
I could have swore they had some stuff in the early '90s, though.
Oh, I'm not there yet. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm working my way there.
Okay, my bad.
So they turned into Grant Products, and the cards went away. And then Dr. Brian Price, he bought the company in I think the late 80s, and in 90s they started coming out with the Parkhurst missing link set. They came out with coins. They came out with other different card sets, and then it turned into the Parkhurst brand name that kind of kept running through there. And he turned it into, I guess, ITG in the game. Brian Price still owns that. So he's kind of, who owns Parker's right now? Actually, I have no idea. I don't think Brian Price does, but somebody does own that name. But they were reinstilled in the 90s again.
But even somebody like me who's not, I would say an outsider in some respects, I still know that name. You know what I mean? And I feel like I know it carries weight because I remember in those early '90s sets, Parkhurst Premium or whatever it was, they would insert kind of replicas of the old Parker's cards, and so
they did the Tall Boys. Yes, they reinstilled the Tall Boys, but they also hit the missing link, which was 56 was not done by Parkhurst or Topps, and 57 was so Topps missed a couple of years, but Parkhurst missed that 1 year, so they put out a missing link. So what was supposed to be. Funny part, they issued a non-sport, a multi-sport set in 56 and the CFL cards as well, and a couple other issues. So they missed the specific hockey set that year, and I think they were in negotiations with Topps, working out licensing issues at that time.
Yeah, and one of the ones that maybe you're thinking about as well, Bob, is that in addition to the missing link and the Tall Boys, then at a certain point, and this is where Brian Price took over in the more modern era. That was part of his, tenure controlling that brand. But then if you go beyond, you go further, then they started making their own newer cards under the Parkhurst brand. And in some of the later ones under In the Game, Be a Player and stuff like that, when they were using the Parkhurst name, then they did some reprints of some of the old cards to show, so because they had the heritage, they own the name and they own the likeness and they could show off that thing. And now Upper Deck owns it. So I included some of the comments you were mentioning about
Upper Deck.
Yeah, Upper Deck now is able to release, it's retail only, and they can put some Parkhurst cards and different things. They'll still use it from time to time. They still do some stuff with it, but it's very much been diminished compared to like what Parkhurst once was. It's just like it's a throw-in, it's a toss-in thing. They're just like, yeah, sure, here you go, here's some Parkhurst cards, whatever.
It's almost like O-Pee-Chee, same thing.
But it also owned by Upper Deck. So
Yeah.
they do the same with both.
Yeah,
So
cheap set, O-Pee-Chee. Yeah.
So Carlos, you're not building a Parkhurst set? Yes, I've got a 60-61 Parkhurst set that I'm working on. I have a 54-55 as well that I started working on, which I'll get back to later. It's a 100 card set, so it's not ridiculous. I think it's reasonable. I have a lot of the star players already for it. I've got Howe, I've got Maurice Richard, I've got a bunch of the guys already for it. So it's one of those things. My philosophy, set building wise, with those kind of sets, I like to get the star players first. Get them out of the way.
Gordie Howe's rookie?
51-52. That's the rookie for Gordie Howe, Parkhurst. Which is a hideous card.
His last card was Gretzky rookie year was his last card?
The Gretzky rookie year was Gordie Howe's last card as a player. Yeah.
Well, as an NHL player, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, he was with Hartford. Yeah, okay.
Man,
yeah.
It's like almost 40 years. That's crazy.
Well, 40 years, yes, but don't forget, Gordie Howe started playing in the 40s. So when 51-52 came out, he had already been playing for years.
46, I think he came in.
Yeah. So
I didn't know that.
Gordie Howe played like 15 billion years, basically.
The guy's name is Mr. Hockey. So
he started in the 40s and basically ended his career in the year that ended in 1980.
Interesting.
So who's the GOAT? Really?
You do have to love the longevity, though. Like, there is something to be said for just playing decade after decade and playing at a high level on the whole for most of it, because they're not just going to yes, you're a legend, but they're not going to give you ice time because, oh, well, you're a legend. No, if you can't skate, you can't do anything, you can't score, like, you can't hold your own. Like, we're not going to let you eat up a roster spot just because. We actually have to pay you. Yes, you're an attraction, but there's limits to that. Maybe we'll give you one shift a game, but it's like, no, if you actually intend to go out there and have shifts.
How old was Gordie Howe when he got in his last fight? That's what I want to know.
I don't think he fought much, really. I don't think anybody would fight him. No. He was too well respected, I think, to get in fights in the last 15, 20 years of his game.
Okay.
Yeah. I would be shocked if some
like, where did that, wasn't that a thing, like the Gordie Howe hat trick or whatever?
It is. So Gordie Howe did have 42 penalty minutes in his last season. So he got in the penalty box for something. Maybe elbows, maybe hitting some people with a stick. Now, here's the thing. I will say, kind of your question, Bobby, something that must be given credit. Gordie Howe, in his last season, 79-80 with Hartford, he played 80 games, which is basically the full season.
Yep.
He played the full season. He had 41 points, which is not bad. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a point every other game. That's solid. He was also 51, so not half bad. Almost a point per year that he lived.
Yeah.
so not bad. That's like shooting your age in golf. So it's not too bad.
Basically, yeah.
In professional hockey, not bad. Also, 15 goals in his last season.
Not bad.
Which, by the way, is more than Gretzky got his last season.
Oh, wow.
That's a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact.
Oh, there's the GOAT definer right there.
Hey, listen, I have to give the man some credit. We do have to respect that. So Gretzky had 9 goals in his last season, and he was 38, and he was washed up and done, and it was over, and he couldn't hack it anymore. Gordie Howe played 13 more years.
Yeah.
Not literally 13 more years, but he did have a little break there. He did retire briefly before going to the WHA. And I'm teasing, by the way.
Where do
Don't yell at me.
Canadians fall with the Gordie, Mario, Gretzky thing?
Gretzky is considered the GOAT by most people. I think most people consider.
I was hoping
just recently.
Yeah,
really?
I love to tease.
It was Bobby Orr before that.
You're gonna have a large contingent of a certain generation that will pitch for Bobby Orr because of what he could do, and as a defenseman, the responsibilities he had, and all that, because he redefined the game from the defensive side. Because he was a defenseman who won scoring titles. You don't do that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't do that. That isn't your job. Your job is to be a defenseman. So it was completely different. It redefined that aspect of the game. It was very different.
It did.
So it's one of those things where, like, you just have to understand that. If you add the WHA and the NHL, Gretzky also has that record. Yeah, Gretzky did beat that record with both included, because Gretzky did play in the WHA for a season. So, and then he also has the record for WHA, NHL, and I think playoffs. So when you add all three things, he also has that record.
How high of a percentage chance do you give Ovechkin to sniff Gretzky's record?
Probably like 30%.
50-50, I think. I think he's going to run for it. He's going to run
30,
hard.
I've got him at 30 only because, like, it's really hard. Like, the last 2 seasons have really torpedoed him a little bit because he's losing games. And he's still right at his apex of scoring. Like, he's still a great goal scorer. And, like, he got to miss a chunk of last season because of COVID. And this season is truncated because of COVID. And it's like you're losing all these games right when you're still close to the peak of your powers.
Yeah, that'll be the only downfall.
Yeah, he's got... I don't see anything else other than hockey for him. You know what I mean? Like, he'll play until he can't skate anymore, type of thing.
And that's the kind of player he is. He's all heart. He's all heart, and you can't take the heart out of a guy who wants to keep playing and loves the game. There's guys who retire because they made enough money, and they're kind of diminishing. Where he's incredible. I have to give him credit. I'm not a big fan of newer players, but I give him always great credit. Him and Verdura, I always thought they're outstanding players, and actually obviously still is.
Exactly. That's always been the thing, is that it kind of depends on your flavor. Like, it really does. Like, it depends on what you value. I like Gordie Howe's longevity because sometimes longevity is bad. Sometimes longevity means you just hang around when you're mediocre. That's why I gave the context of his last season. It's like, no, in his last season, he was still a serviceable hockey player. Like, 15 goals is not his peak, but he was also, he never scored 50 in his career. He just kept chugging along year after year after year, just going, but he was consistent. Like at his apex, he was great. So it's one of those things where it's like, it includes it.
Stanley Cups for Gordie Howe?
Lots.
Lots.
He has a couple. He has a couple, but I think it's no. You know what? 4. That's pretty good actually. And
That's
2
lots.
two Avro Cups with the WHA as well.
Actually, that's a really big thing. The Avro Cup is
The WHA was
Stanley Cup. Yeah. So pretty good. That's like 6 cups, and how many other awards, and how many All-Stars?
Yeah,
so
really.
many on every All-Star team since 48, probably. He was an amazing player that doesn't get enough credit. He gets enough credit from I think more of the baby boomers, or even pre. And then once you get past that point, then we start falling into the Gretzky because we have the X Gen coming in, and that's the difference. That's the dividing line. And then you have Orr in there too, and now you start with Gretzky and go through Lemieux and what have you. So it's a progressive run of different goats of their era, and I think you have to divide it out that way. It has to, because different playing of the sticks, straight sticks they had back then. Wood sticks didn't flex like these composite sticks now that everybody averages 100 miles an hour. But back then, it was probably 70.
Yeah.
Big difference.
No, but I would say also the other thing was, the reason why I said it depends on your flavor is that, do you consider the physicality element to it? Because I included Hockey Guy's comment here. It's like, yeah, Gordie Howe, one of his other nicknames was Mr. Elbows. That was one of his other nicknames. But he would never elbow anybody. No, absolutely not. Not Mr. Howe.
Forgive me, but is he still with us? Gordie Howe?
No.
Gordie died a couple years back.
No.
Yeah, he lives on in Leaf sticker autos. Because they got a nice stack of them, so the Gordie Howe will still.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that. Eventually, they will run out. Right?
They will run out eventually. Yes. They were smart though. This is the situation where like getting the sticker autos was not a bad move, because otherwise they'd have been out of them years ago. But now they have to be really careful. They have to dole them out. Like, do we need Gordie in this thing? Does it make sense? Because we only have so many left. When it runs out, it runs out. So I'm just including some of Robert's comments in here.
Yeah, it's only been Gretzky in the last year. I have to give, or all prior to that. I can't give Gretzky the nod. It's only because the X Gen has evolved into the hobby as the dominant feature. Whereas prior to that, it's always been Orr. You would take an Orr over Gretzky any day. Now you wouldn't, because the 1.3 million's been hit. So now the new GOAT is because the new price is the GOAT.
Right.
But Orr was everything. Prior to that, it was Richard and Howe. And Richard is left out of the conversation, but man, that guy was like, wow, he was amazing.
The problem was that Maurice Richard finished his career in 1960. Like that's enough time now where it's like we've got.
But he started in 46 too, right? Or right around there.
For sure. But I think the problem was that Gordie just kept going for another almost 20 years. Literally 20 years. Just like, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going for years and years and years.
Richard,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Records were great.
So maybe more for Bobby, but
Sure.
so when Gretzky went to LA, what was that? How was that received at the time? Like from real time, like in the moment.
I think Gretzky going to LA was a strategic move. He went to New York and LA for business reasons, business opportunities. He came out with a clothing line actually just as soon as he moved to LA. So I think he moved. Why he went to St. Louis is beyond me. But I think he went to those for popularity. If you want to be a popular,
I could be wrong, but I think St. Louis was a trade, because LA was a trade. The Edmonton traded him to LA, and I believe the St. Louis was a cup of coffee, because I believe that was a trade. Because I don't think he signed with St. Louis, because he left almost immediately after. Like it was very quick after.
It was in and out.
Yeah.
But I think he had a lot of influence in those trades.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying that like from the rationale, how specifically, because there were a couple of teams on the table that he would have considered probably.
The
Now,
Leafs, he loved the Leafs. Why he never played for Toronto was beyond me.
well, there
He
was
had
an
the
article.
opportunity.
Yeah, there was an article written about that where he was considering that for his standpoint, it was like, sure, yeah, I'd do that, and it was kind of a Leafs management decision, being like, well, we don't really need it.
The Leafs, yeah.
Yeah, so it was kind of a thing like, well, we make money anyway, so what's the point?
And that's
Which
the way
is,
they
which
live
is
today.
by the way, the Leafs in a nutshell. It's like, guys, why don't you take the best hockey player, the biggest name in the game, and just let him put on your uniform and sell the jerseys? Just do that.
Be easier.
Yeah, just do that. So quickly, I'll get since Robert. So I double checked just to make sure. Robert is correct. If we take NHL and WHA together, yes, Howe has more. But I think the record that I was referring to, well, he's
NHL.
correcting me on this one, so he's correct on this. But I know the one that I heard was WHA, NHL, and playoffs. So I think if you combine the three of them, then it is Gretzky. But he's right. If you just do regular season, WHA and NHL, Howe has more. So that is accurate.
Mhm.
So I'll take that correction, no problem. I just have to double check just to make sure I read it correctly, but I think that's right. I think you are correct. So our career aggregators, Hall of Famers, that only have a ton of stats because they played 20, 25 years. So technically, yes, only because if you get to that stat line. Now, I understand the idea that it kind of sucks looking at somebody who's just kind of like good. But then at the same time, here's where I struggle with this. And normally I like picking a side and just going with it. I struggle with it because, okay, let's say you're only good, but you're good for 20 years. That's an accomplishment too, because theoretically you have a lower bar, so dropping off should be easier for you. So theoretically you shouldn't be able to aggregate that overall number because you're not to the apex. But you look at a guy who hits, this really high apex and then drops from this super height down in the latter portion of their career, the precipitous drop is greater. But this other person who's an aggregator is just like chugging along at this level just forever, just seemingly forever. That's respectable, I think, in a certain way, if you understand what I'm saying.
It has to be because you didn't get traded. You stayed in the NHL. You didn't get dropped to the lower leagues. That's it. But you might have been a fighter. You might have been a good defenseman. You might have, average guy, no points, but, steady
Harold
Eddie.
Baines effect.
Yeah.
No, but the thing though is the aggregator thing though is that you did get points. That's the point though of the whole aggregator thing. Just physically being in the game is one thing, but if you, I guess we're looking at guys like a Dino Ciccarelli. We're looking at guys like at the end of the day, 600 goals. But people don't look at Dino Ciccarelli immediately. They don't even think about him. But it's
Not even.
But 600 goals.
It's almost like
So
a Dano.
is he an accumulator just because he played so long?
But that's the question. That's kind of the way it plays out.
Dino was pretty good though. He was.
But I'm not saying no. What I'm saying is that his apex is not at the height of some players' apexes, but he still was able to play consistently well. Mike Gardner is another guy who falls in this category. Like you add it up, and it's like,
is that a guy? Is he a Hall of Famer?
A star. You have superstars,
Yeah.
stars, and semi-stars, and then common players, kind of guy, regulars. So, you can pretty much put those guys in there. And, Ciccarelli was a star at a certain point, but never a superstar. No.
And that's kind of the question you end up with. And it's to your point. We use the Harold Baines example, but it's a weird mix because that's why I use Mike Gardner. Mike Gardner had 700 goals.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you sit there, okay, but he retired at 38. It's not like he played 25 seasons, but he still played 20 seasons comfortably.
The team he was with, though, that's another factor too.
Sure. But it's one of those things he scored 40 goals a bunch of times, 50 goals a couple of times, but he just kept chugging along. And one day he woke up and had 708 goals.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So to put it into baseball context, Bob, if you think about it, imagine we did the Harold Baines thing, but somehow Harold Baines had 600 home runs. And you're sitting there so was he good? Or did he just play forever? Or on the one hand, you have to respect it, but on the other hand, I don't understand. You never looked at the guy, but at the same time, he did do the thing. You have to kind of respect it.
Yeah.
It's like Nelson Cruz right now. The guy just keeps hitting home runs, but I would never consider him even really Above, I mean, semi-star. I mean, he might broach the star category.
I would say
somewhat,
as a
but-
home run. I would say as a home run hitter though, like he has come into his own the last 5 or 6 years, particularly.
Yeah,
Because all things
sure.
considered, it's not like he's hitting 30 home runs. He hit like 40 a couple of times. So it's like that's kind of good.
that is.
Kind of good. There's a lot of guys who can't do that. So it's like I have to at least respect it.
So how often do young people get compared to like Gretzky and like he's the next Gretzky? Like how often do you guys hear that and scoff at it?
Well, I think
up there?
I think in hockey, I don't think too many guys get the Gretzky thing.
Okay,
I
good.
I think a lot because that's really hard to do because it's
I
like
swear,
okay,
like the guy when I heard some of his stats of like he could have never scored a goal and still be like the leading point getter or something just because the amount of assists that he had. You know? So
he had
that's,
he had basically 2,000 assists, or if not a little over.
which is just insane to me, you know. And who's number 2? Yager? Is he number 2 right now?
In terms of overall points, it is Yager.
That's wild to me that Gretzky could have more points than Yager and have never scored a goal. When I heard that, it's sort of mind-boggling how dominant he was for so long. It was that I brought, I know what team he played on. I know the success that they had.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I really appreciated, being in Pittsburgh. We were La Magnifique. La Magnifique was the guy that and who knows? We always say, oh, if he didn't get Hodgkins or he didn't have the back issues or this or that, what could have been? No need to really speculate. The guy.
Well, there's an advantage to that,
Lemieux
though.
was
I will say, two different style players. When I do the comparison of the two guys, is that Mario Lemieux was physically a bigger player, so the way he could score goals was different than the way Gretzky was going to have to do it. Both guys played a chunk of their career in the 1980s, so they benefited from that. But I would say that Mario was able to continue to be a prolific scorer later in his career at a really high clip. Again, injuries and, cancer and a bunch of different things took time away. But even still, he put up all-time numbers. Still.
Yeah.
He was like, I want to say like 680, 690 goals. I forget the exact amount. Like still really good.
Sure.
And right up there near the top of the food chain. And that's with time lost. Many years lost. Some of his prime years lost that he would have been a dominant player. And despite that, still ending up with all-time numbers.
Yeah. It's tough to believe he played with Crosby. I mean, I'm kind of crazy that happened, but it did.
Yep.
How's Crosby seen up there in the Great White North?
Oh, I love this question. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds and we'll get to it. I love
Sure.
this question. Okay, so real quick here. Fresh Bread says, let's get Henri Richard in his 11 Stanley Cup. Speaking of longevity, Henri Richard is one of those guys who is from an era where you can look at the 11 Stanley Cups. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like the way it's different, but it's kind of like the way the Bill Russell is diminished because you just say, well, it's a different era. The Montreal Canadiens and the Toronto Maple Leafs were basically trading Stanley Cups for most of that time period. So the Montreal Canadiens just racked up Stanley Cups year after year after year. So it's like, yeah, he has 11 Stanley Cups, but people don't really look at him. Time has passed. Like we're not considering these guys at this point.
I have no idea who that guy is.
There you go. So Charles here puts Ted Lindsay always gets overlooked. He's not overlooked. He was from an era a long time ago, a great player for his era, but how are we going to look at him again for? What are we going to look at him again for?
Yeah,
I appreciate Ted Lindsay as a historian who understands the history of the game. I appreciate it, but there's no reason to look at him again. He was a great player for his era. There's a lot of great players for their era that we don't look at. And there's a reason for that because they weren't transcendent. They were really good. Really good.
Yeah, wasn't Otto Graham pretty revolutionary for the time, but you don't really hear his name brought up all that much.
Yeah, so here, Robert, that's the way Harold Baines got. So Harold Baines, part of the problem with the Harold Baines thing is that he got in under Veterans Committee. It wasn't a straight up vote. It was one of those things where it was Veterans Committee and then it was kind of after the fact, which has always been a kind of sticking point.
A committee led by Tony La Russa, a former manager of his. Yeah.
So quickly, I'm zipping through here. Yep. So Rick, vintage Abba cars here. Let's have some fun with the top 5 enforcers of all time, old time hockey. Nice. So quickly, I'm gonna
Probert, Larry Playfair.
Yeah, Stu Grimson is another one named off here. David
Stu.
Hammer Schultz. David Hammer Schultz.
Kai Domi.
Steve
Ty
Durbano.
Domi,
Now
I
that's
was
a
gonna
name I
say him.
remember. That's a name I remember from some 70s cards. I think 70s Steve Durbano would be like.
We
his
enjoyed Gary Roberts for a few years on the Penguins.
Wasn't bad.
all-time
I
enforcers.
don't know if he
Here
was
you go.
an enforcer,
Generational
but-
talent.
But Stan Jonathan. Tough
Didn't
little
Probert
guy.
get like his own documentary?
He might have.
Yeah,
I
he
think he
died.
does.
So
I just like the way he presented it. It's like, well, he died. He got his own documentary. Whatever.
Okay, it makes sense.
I guess. Nice. Okay, so here we go. Now we got you. Okay, here we go. So Fresh Bread says I have Nova Scotia Sidney Crosby's king of the world. Okay, cool. I got caught up. You guys named off a lot, so I wanted to make sure I at least showed it on the screen. For a
we're
second.
caught up, thank God.
Yeah. I just didn't want to get far behind because it had been a bit since I'd gone to the chat.
You're a good host, Carlos.
I try. So let's talk the Sidney Crosby question. Okay. A lot of it's going to depend on who you are and where you are in the country. Sidney Crosby's knock has never been his talent. He's got talent. I think most people who watch hockey and are being honest with themselves acknowledge he's got talent. It's not like Mike Trout who has no talent. But the point is that he's got plenty of talent. And in terms of this generation, he is either the first or the second best player, depending on what metric you prefer, depending on what style of game you prefer, because he's a playmaker. He's a great assist guy who can also score goals. So it's one of those things. He's got the full package. His reputation was very much built on being Sid the Kid, but also that he was kind of whiny because he came into the league like as an 18-year-old. He was not mature.
He was an earliest captain, I think, too.
Yeah, so like a lot of this just kind of fell into place. He fell to Pittsburgh in one of the most interesting drafts, let's say.
I have a story about that.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second. But the point is that those circumstances combined with him, quote unquote, saving the Penguins, all that
Again.
It's like, how many times did this damn team need saving? Either fix the problem or let them die. One way or the other. I don't care. Just one way or the other. Figure it out. But anyway, first Lemieux and him. Like, how many generational talents do you need? Do we need to find somebody in 5 years to save you after Sidney Crosby retires? Is that the next thing? We got to figure out who your next guy that we need to gift you in order to keep the franchise relevant?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ryan Malone didn't quite work out for us.
No, not so much.
No.
But for some folks, the talent, and also here, we'll put Robert's comment down here. Also the golden goal. So for Team Canada, that's a big memory for a lot of folks. I remember watching that with some buddies and stuff. So that was a big deal. So it's one of those things. If you like the talent, I think most people appreciate it. If you're okay with his early years where he developed that reputation as being kind of a whiny player, for some folks, he never dropped that. And it kind of sticks in her craw. I'm kind of in that camp where I'm like, I wasn't a fan. Can I appreciate his talent? Yes. Do I understand? Do I acknowledge he's one of the best talents of his era? Yeah, without a doubt. Is he an all-timer? This is where it gets interesting, though. This is where it gets interesting.
So.
I think he is overall, but I think he's in this weird spot where he's an all-timer who won't be at the top of any of the charts as an all-timer. But like as an overall, like totality of it, like, yeah. He'll be at 500 goals in a year or two. He'll be at, he's points wise, really good. In terms of 3 Stanley Cups, that's good. So performed in the playoffs, performed in the regular season, won Hart trophies, won.
Can I add to that a little bit?
Go ahead.
So off the ice, I was blown away by this when I heard it, but. So when a new player comes to the Penguins, Crosby's the guy that like goes around with the guy to look for like housing. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of like the guy he is, the consummate professional. Like you're never gonna I never wake up and worry about like, oh man, it was a holiday weekend. I hope Crosby didn't like get drunk and like is on TMZ. You know what I mean? Like you know that he's not gonna embarrass your organization.
Well, I think from that perspective, Bob, I don't think you have too much to worry about because Sidney Crosby, in addition to being possibly whiny,
very boring.
Yeah, he's super boring.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's interesting enough to get into
I'm
trouble.
okay with that though. I really
he's sort of pedestrian, I would say.
Yeah. So
pedestrian rather than boring. Okay, I like that better.
Pedestrian superstar.
There you
How's
go.
that?
There you go. There you go. And like I said, we acknowledge that he's a superstar. Like, just to be clear, we acknowledge. Like, again, I'm the consummate contrarian. I will acknowledge that he's a superstar. Like, I'll pick my fights very specifically.
I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, like just take it and walk with it. Okay, just take it. It's like
He came in when the other. He was kind of one of the few superstars coming in at that time. Like, it was when everything was kind of changing. The game was changing a little bit. Yeah. So he kind of came in at this right time where a lot of other people didn't. They were either before or a little bit after. So who was the other rookie at that year?
Ovechkin.
Yeah,
we know the year before. He was just the year before, though, right?
No, Ovechkin and Crosby were the same rookie class technically because they had the lockout. It created a double rookie class.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's what happened. Yeah. Otherwise, Ovechkin probably would have been the year before. But what happened though is because of that, they basically merged. So in effect, you got your two generational talents in the same draft.
Yeah.
Which has gone really well the last 15 years.
Yeah, you can't really talk about one without mentioning the other.
Correct.
Sure.
Correct.
True, but who was the next tier down after that? There wasn't much.
In 2005? In 2005?
Yeah. Not much.
That's a good question.
Not very well. If you couldn't call it right now, then obviously there wasn't very much at that time.
Oh,
and
I don't even know who was before Crosby. Like who was the face of the league before those guys came in? I'm not even just singling out Crosby. I don't even know.
Well, in the early to mid 2000s, Jagr was still right at near the top of his game because you're thinking from 2000 to like 2005, Jagr's still right there.
Yep.
Forsberg's still right there. Like you got to remember, early 2000s. We're still talking.
Okay.
We're still, those guys are still kind of
Joe Thornton, was he still around?
Joe Thornton was doing his thing. To your point, I couldn't name other guys in the draft, but there were some other good players in the draft that like performed very well for a long time. If we take overall goals from that entry draft, because again, they kind of merged two entry drafts together. They kind of smushed them together. So Ovechkin doesn't count as part of his entry draft, even though they basically started the same year. They both got drafted, slightly technically different.
Fair enough.
But they both started the same season. Mm-hmm. So the next one is Anze Kopitar, 341 goals in 1,100 games and almost 1,000 points.
When does Kopitar ever come up in the conversation?
I understand, but we can't act like the next couple of guys were like garbage. There are drafts where the next guy's garbage. Like they were still good players. If you want generational player, then fine. Then no problem.
Kopitar rookie right there.
Yeah, but I'm saying like there were still some good players in there, but it depends on what you're measuring it by. Like I said, Ovechkin is right at the top of the heap, and as well as Crosby. Those guys separated themselves from everybody else, but that's an unfair standard. One guy has 700 goals, the other guy has almost 500 goals and 3 Stanley Cups. Like it's not fair. That's not a good comparison.
Yeah, but they were the only two that were standing out. Like I said before, we only had so many generational players. We had Gretzky, and then we had Lemieux, and then we had I don't know if you can put Yzerman or Waugh in there, but it's not like every 10 years we have superstars that are created, and he was right there. There was not many before, and not too many after. So, Crosby became a household name, and he was Canadian too, and that's another big thing for Canadians. So Nova Scotians.
Yeah, exactly. So that was always kind of what played into his favor, I would say. So because even the guys are naming off a bunch of players here, so I'm grabbing quickly. Vinny's Lemieux and Jagr were both playing, so I did mention Jagr, but Lemieux as well. Obviously, he did play with Crosby. Sure. He hung around playing with Crosby.
That was the big story around town. Crosby lived with Lemieux in those early years.
Yep. So I know there was a mention about Tavares. I'll touch on that in a second. I don't have too much to say about him, but we'll broach the question anyway. So Malkin Kopitar, Danny Heatley. Yes, Danny Heatley in the early 2000s for sure. Definitely has huge. Yeah, Pavel Bure was definitely, without a doubt, especially in the early 2000s. Late 90s, early 2000s. That's when he was like scoring almost 60 goals with Florida.
Yeah.
Especially in that part. Stamkos, yes, I think that's fair.
When did Iginla come about? I mean, that was around that time.
Iginla was in the I want to say late 90s. Because he was originally drafted by Dallas.
But he's the guy who falls into that
semi-star?
mediocre, high, you know,
borderline
not
star, but
he was so steady with what he was, just like a commanding player, but just never did get the recognition that I think that he sort of deserved.
I think the recognition part is valid, but I think Ginla's an interesting case because you're right. I understand how you ended up to that conclusion. But what's interesting about him is that Ginla won a scoring title, 2 Maurice Richard trophies, so he was the top scorer in the league twice. Won a Hart Trophy. Let me double check here. No, he was second in Hart.
Richard's a new trophy, so at that time.
Yeah, but that was just like, top goal scorer. However you want to present it, it's like top goal scorer. You led the league in that category. He is in the Hall of Fame for it. It's one of those things, I guess, maybe to your point. The problem is, despite all those accomplishments, which were real, they're all real, he was a 4-time All-Star in his career of 16 seasons. So it's one of those things like he was consistently really good for a chunk of time. And also a 600 goal scorer. So again, we're back in that. Hockey has that weird zone where it's like 600 goals feels like it should be a big deal. And it is.
But if you're not with a super Stanley Cup winning team, you don't get that recognition that usually.
Yeah. Well, I guess his problem is that he played for Calgary for too long.
Too long.
That's basically what wrecked it for him. It's like if he had had a couple of Stanley Cups somewhere with somebody, we might look at him a little different.
More of an American team, I think it would have been a little bit bigger. He would have been a little bit bigger. It just seems Calgary, Edmonton. Even though Gretzky did, but that was the Gretzky era was long over it by then. But it was just, I don't know. Leafs would have been good. Leafs are the biggest fans of all out of everybody. In collectible wise, I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's always helpful. But it's one of those things. If you go to the Leafs though, then you don't get the cup. So you get the recognition,
pretty much,
but you don't get the cup. That's the way that works. So you can have one or the other. You can't have both.
No, you cannot.
We got to include this comment from Dave. It's very important. Palfy is once in existence.
Oh, we always forget it. Palfy. Damn.
Well, but the thing is, Ziggy Palfy's like an automatic. We got to discuss like second tier guys like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux like that.
That's
like
true.
Palfy's in his own discussion. We just take it as a given. We just assume that people know.
Gretzky and Lemieux were just sitting on the bench eating chicken sandwiches. So whatever.
Hold on. Palfy will handle this. Don't worry, guys. Palfy will handle this. Don't worry about it. We're good.
Is.
Yes, Todd Bertuzzi.
Yeah.
The thing is, maybe this would be a good way to put it. In hockey especially, there are a lot of players who will have stretches where you look at them as a top caliber guy, which, by the way, in stretches, they might be. Like they can have these moments in time of a couple of years where like we're looking at them as top of the food chain. The real ones that stick in our minds are the ones that can sustain that for a long period of time and then combine it with the hardware and combine it with the, championships and can put all those pieces together, which is hard to do. It's not a given. It's not easy. So you don't want to disrespect. You got all these players. It's like, look, they're better at hockey than I am. They're way better than a lot of other players who have ever played the game. And they had to compete at this high level, and they were able to lead the league in these categories. Leading the league in goal scoring means you were really good. At least for that season, you were real good at your job if your job was to score goals.
But if you didn't win the Stanley Cup, then it takes away from that. There's a lot of great players, and I'll say Boris Salmi. Here's a guy who was an amazing defenseman, and never got any recognition. I told my friends who live in St. Louis, Minnesota, they sit there and they go, Salmi, what was he? It's like amazing. If you ever watch him play. And then they went back and watched some old tapes and they said, wow, he was pretty good. And you hear talk, it depends on the team that you were on in the area that you were in. And that's a real key for a lot of players. Like Gretzky, look at the team he had, or look at the team he had. You have to really put that in perspective. That's a real big thing, You have a great quarterback, and you have a great defensive line, a great offensive line.
But the thing is, in history, especially in football, you can have like a mediocre bottom tier quarterback. Like look at last year's Super Bowl.
Yeah, well,
bottom wrong. Too easy. Thank you, Bobby. I will give you the assist on that one.
All right, thank you.
Give you the assist on that one. I gotta take my shot when it's there.
It's almost like I led you into it. So
yeah. So here's the thing. I like Charles's comment though. I like the comment because here's what's interesting. This is kind of an interesting thing, especially when it comes to this kind of conversation. By the way, guys, we're having some fun with this conversation. If there's something though that you want to talk about or address, throw it in the comments. I'll see it. but just throw it in there. Right now we're having this conversation because it's fun. Like sports card wise, like they haven't given us much this week. Maybe Golden will say something crazy tomorrow. I can't speak to it. If he does, then we'll talk about it. But right now I don't have anything to work with. So I got to see. We'll find out.
Where's he talking? I have no idea.
Yeah. No, Sports Cards Live. Sports
Shush.
Cards Live.
Don't say it.
No, we'll give him his thing. Come on. Sports Card
I'm
Live.
just kidding.
Yeah. Golden is at least interesting in terms of like, okay, let's see what you got to say. I'll pay attention. At least maybe he'll say something interesting, and it's always possible. Like you never know. So that's one of those interviews where I'm not going in expecting anything, but if he says something kind of interesting, we'll definitely talk about it. That's no issue. I look forward to it from that perspective. But this comment here is interesting because, okay, people look a lot at stats and not enough at leadership. I think it's a valid point. I think there's some validity to this, but there's something interesting about this. Something real interesting. Leadership's great. But but we talked about a second ago about not winning championships. If you're not winning championships, who cares how great a leader you quote unquote are?
It doesn't really mean
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, you led us to not playoffs, or you led us to not winning. You keep on doing that leading. I don't need you for that. I need you to lead us to winning. If you're not winning, then your leadership is not worth anything. I can't value it that much.
That's how the Stanley Cup really stands out with most people. You can win a lot of awards along the way, but the Stanley Cup is basically everything. With football, it's the Heisman, and then you come into the league and you win all these other trophies. It's, you can do all that in hockey, but if you don't win a Stanley Cup, you just don't have that lasting power of your name. Like, I know there's a lot of names, Eric Stahl. It's like, you kind of stall on Stahl. Great player. Just,
Well, exactly. But I think the point, though, is that there are a lot, because I'm trying to make a distinction here, right? We're talking like top tier. And by the way, you can be in another tier and still be a great hockey player. Hockey player who has a great career, a long career, a successful career. You can have hardware championships, a lot of different things, and not necessarily be in that top tier echelon. The top tier echelon is reserved for the Mount Rushmore type players, the players who can at least be in that discussion. And if we build a second Mount Rushmore, they're still in the discussion. They can be somewhere in there. That's the cream of the crop. Yeah, but that's still really good. If you're good enough to be in that discussion, you're at the cream of the crop. You're the best of the best of the best that ever was. You can be, though, directly underneath that and still be damn good. You can be the kind of player that your team needs to carry them to a championship or to lead them or to be part of a championship formula. Because you need those guys too.
Oh yeah, very
so that's
important.
The thing. So that's
they
the thing.
just don't get the recognition.
But we're never going to discount those guys because they deserve some credit. And because like I said, I'll use my favorite team, that Dallas team. Modano was a headliner. Brett Hall was an all-time great goal scorer. But Joe Nieuwendyk was the Conn Smythe Trophy winner. So it's like Joe Nieuwendyk was a key piece to the puzzle. A key piece to this puzzle. And by the way, Ed Belfour was in that. So we got Hall of Famers all over the place. Like, there's some great players on here. Sergei Zubov ended up in the Hall of... Like, that team had Hall of Famers on it. So you needed all these people to do their jobs at the various times. They were all part of it too. But then at the same time, when you're considering all that, certain guys will get the glory, but without these other guys, you don't do it. Well, the Joe Nieuwendyk deal, they traded young Jarome Iginla, who then went to spend years in Calgary, performing at a super high level. And I use the fun because we love in sports, we love the what if, right? But I laugh because it's like, okay, so imagine if they had done the Joe Nieuwendyk deal, win the Stanley Cup, he becomes a Conn Smythe winner the same way. What if they had found a way to leave Jarome Iginla off the deal? He's still on the roster. He wins the Stanley Cup early as a young guy. He's probably like a third or fourth liner in that situation, but he wins the Stanley Cup. And then matures into being a guy that will go on to score 600 goals later.
Yes.
And he's a winger. Well, that means he ends up on the first line. And Modano, who's a pretty good playmaker, he goes, wait a minute. So I could just put the puck on here and you go do the thing? Sounds like a good deal to me. This is going to work out great for me.
Yeah.
A different context. The Dallas probably has a longer run as they go out of the 90s into 2000s. And they were still really good and they were competitive for quite a period of time there. Despite that, But imagine you add a 600 goal scorer who's young, who's in their 20s at their peak, at their prime, just as they're maturing. But it happens. And nobody in Dallas is going to take back the trade. Like, they got the result they were looking for. Of course, hindsight being 2020, you would love to have your cake and eat it too. Keep the young guy and get the veteran that helps you win.
McDavid fits into that kind of thing too. Although he's a superstar, he's just with the wrong team, or they just don't have the right team.
And sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's bad luck. Sometimes it's just bad luck.
A lot of bad luck with a lot of different players over the years who should have had Stanley Cups, who should have been on, teams, but they just, and that's the way it falls.
Yep. So quickly go through here. Charles loves his Pele Lindbergh. He is obsessed with Pele Lindbergh.
Yeah.
Alexei Yashin basing on eyes here. Dave knows what he's doing.
Yashin.
Yeah, exactly. Bobby Smith was a leader, 1,000 points, not Hall of Fame. Yeah. The thing is, there's guys who players like playing with, and by the way, you could be a good leader, it just doesn't work out because maybe the team wasn't composed correctly. Like, that's why I say, like, being a leader doesn't fix all your ailments. It can help certain things and get you over the top, but you got to be part of it too. Brad Parker's criminally underrated. All right, you want to take a stab at that one? I got no context for Brad Park. You want to add something about that? I think Charles likes to throw underrated around a lot. Pick somebody from the 70s and say they're underrated. Like, come on now.
They're all underrated in the 70s, unfortunately. Brad Park was an amazing player. He was with a great team, and he used to put the little round discs in the sheriff coins in the 60s, and I'll give him credit for that.
There you go. Nice. That's a ring endorsement if ever there was one. So Rick here asks, is Patrick Marleau a Hall of Famer? Okay, so here's the thing. Technically, by the way the Hall of Fame is run, yes. Does he excite me as like an example of because he's got 500 goals. He'll have the games played record. He is a pure longevity guy. You know what? I would say Patrick Marleau is very close to like a Harold Baines kind of guy. Because he's like good, played forever, and the final stat line looks pretty good, pretty decent. But he literally is going to play the most games of any player in the history of the NHL, including Gordie Howe.
Good luck with that.
He'll be in the Hall of Fame, Bobby. I can pretty much guarantee it based on that.
Well, the Hall of Fame is another thing.
But that was the question, though. Is he Hall of Famer? Well, technically, by the way the rules are set today, yes. Am I enthused about it? No. Do I have a moral opposition to it? Not really. But again, am I enthused? No. So
there's a lot of people in the Hall of Fame who maybe shouldn't be, and then there's others that should be. And
nobody lets more people into the Hall of Fame than basketball, so you're good.
So you're saying we should? So does that mean I get to induct you when you're added to the Basketball Hall of Fame, Bob? Under the watcher category?
The Naismith Hall of Fame. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what happens? Like, Bob definitely watched it. You guys should have seen how he watched that TV. And then he turned to confer to Chair. Chair would give him some insight, and he'd nod. He'd nod knowingly.
Yeah. And walk in with 2 Xeon cards and go, hey, yeah, I'm here.
And that is why Bob Lewis is in the James Naismith Hall of Fame as a watcher. You mean builder? No, I said watcher. I said exactly what I meant.
That's a new category we're working on.
Is influencer one? Because I'm not that either.
Not at all.
I think we can get you in under watcher. Just stick with what you're good at. Go with it, Bob. Stick with what you're good at.
Has the hockey oracle appeared in the comments at all?
I haven't seen him tonight.
Okay.
I know he was around a little earlier, but I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him in the chat. So quickly, I'll get through the comments just to catch up here. So Robert says Marcel Dion never even had a thimble of talent around to dream about. Yeah, the problem is he played for the LA Kings in that era. In that era, they just didn't have
tough. It was tough. It's like the Leafs at that time.
Yep. Oh. Langenbrunner. Yep. I'm never gonna knock Jamie Langenbrunner because he's one of those. The thing is, a Stanley Cup winner needs players like that. You need players like that who then later on will be like, oh, but they're not off. They're not supposed to be. Their job is to get a certain job done now. You need those guys. Yeah. Plenty of Stanley Cup teams that get to the finals do not win because they don't have the role players to step up. You need those guys to do that job, even if you forget them right after. But you'll remember them while they're doing the work for you.
Charles Simmer and Dave Taylor.
Yeah.
Yep. See, the 70s got lost a little bit there, but there's a lot of good players. But the era was like it was like between the Orr and the Gretzky kind of thing. You know, you had your Drydens, you had your Lafleurs, you had all this. You know, the dynasty of the Canadians. It's a very weird time, and the hockey was definitely different.
Yeah, for
Clutch,
sure.
clutch playing. You know, there's so much going on at that time.
Yep, for sure. Fresh bread. I've said it with the Oracles here, and I've said it when he's not. Yes, he was. We don't take anything back, and we regret nothing.
No, he wasn't in the crease. It was just a skate.
No, he was 100% in the crease. Like, we were fine with it. It's okay. Like, it's perfectly fine. If they want to, if the folks of Buffalo want to make the argument, it's like, oh my God, his toe was in the crease 5 feet away from Dominic Hasek, but it discombobulated him to the point he couldn't stop the puck. No, please get out of here.
A rule's a rule, right?
Exactly. They also changed that rule right after. They're like, this rule's stupid.
It is.
Yeah, it's a dumb rule. Lafleur and Dion are like twins separate at birth. One got a great home, one was a winner, and the other became an afterthought. Well, if you were in the Montreal Canadiens in the 70s, this is a completely different world for a player.
Lafleur was a pretty amazing player. He's
was.
high tier, high status, very, very, very good player.
I mean, he played without a helmet.
And I watched him. He did play in '76 with a helmet, but anyways, technically, you know.
Would you dare say allegedly?
I would say allegedly. Hashtag it.
Whoa.
I know, right? So I'll include Paul comment in here. Has anyone ever said, let's get tickets to Sharks are in town to see Marleau? No, but he's a Hall of Famer. It doesn't matter. Look, the way that Hall of Fame is built, he's going to get in just because of longevity and whatever.
Yeah, Wilf is interesting. He was an amazing player. The only other player, number 99 at that time, right?
Oh, really? Okay. I knew the name. I'm not too familiar with the background of Wolf here. I'm not too familiar.
Yeah, Wilf Payment was semi-star. Top tier semi-star.
All right. Sounds fair.
Yep.
Yeah. The creative Nike shoes in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Wow, he made shoes. He's in the shoe builder category. Come on.
He was in Oregon. I saw that movie.
Which one?
Wasn't it Prefontaine was the movie where
Oh yes. Well, he was part of that. He was part
Donald
of the early days of
Sutherland
Nike.
was that guy.
Oh, the Canadian Donald Sutherland.
Nice.
Hey, I grew up with Kiefer Sutherland.
So did I. 24.
We were good friends. No, we were good friends.
Really?
Yep. He said he never wanted to be an actor. I asked him. I said, "Do you want to be?" He said, "My dad was in the Eagles, landed, and I'm a grade 5 at that time." He was a couple of years younger, and I said, "What is that?" You know, he was in MASH. What is that? I have no idea. And I said, "Do you want to be an actor like your dad?" And he goes, "No, I won't." Guess what happened?
Oh, in grade five, I can't really hold you too hard to that line. I don't think it's going to be kind of difficult to be like, yeah, in grade 5, you make your pronouncements. It's a rare occasion when like, all right, you followed through. Good job.
I just tried to not eat my own boogers in 5th grade, you know? It's like,
well, it was funny. I didn't even know who he really was, but we hung out after school and stuff like that. It was fun.
Interesting.
Yeah. Who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew indeed.
I met his dad. I didn't know. I don't know who Donald was. Like, hey, mister. Yeah.
He was in the Body Snatchers, man.
Oh, he was in Matt. Oh, Donald Sutherland's an amazing actor. It's incredible.
His Animal House, I think that was probably my favorite role.
Interesting. That's the direction you want to go. Okay, I get you. Interesting.
I don't know.
Here we go. Charles is adding in. Was on the Rockies during his years where he was getting 40 goals and over 100 penalty minutes.
Yeah, but Rockies, right?
I was going to say the Colorado Rockies. There's a reason why we don't think about the Colorado Rockies. He could have been getting 140 goals and 1,000 penalty minutes, and we're still not thinking about him.
Yep.
But, good to know. Sutherland Basketball Canada, an irrefutable gift to America. Yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Bob.
how is Tom Wilson seen amongst like hockey fans outside of Washington? Was he a good? I mean,
nobody
was he
likes
back in the
Washington.
game?
Nobody likes anybody on Washington. Certain teams never got the respect, New York Islanders, Washington Capitals, a few other teams, Colorado Rockies, Scouts, just a lot of the expansion teams really got screwed over.
But why, like, in all seriousness, jokes aside, like, again, go level trolling, but this is more of a legitimate question. Why would we pay attention to Washington Capitals? Outside of when they got Ovechkin, eventually they won a Stanley Cup. Outside of that, the rest of their history up until that point, and the one brief Stanley Cup run, I want to say in the 90s, they had the one little cup of coffee run. Why would we care about the Washington Capitals?
Palmateer went there from the Leafs. So if you're
That
a
does nothing for
Palmateer
me.
fan,
Nothing for me before my time, but sure.
exactly. So there you go.
Great.
There was nothing. Capitals was the team that came in. You know, they're the one of the least collectible out of all collectibles.
I believe that.
But that's a different idea of like a guy is almost not collectible because of the team he plays for. Like there's, you know, I think, you know, Barry Sanders played for the Detroit Lions. They were terrible, but like
the most amazing running back in history, like amazing. He was so fast, like off the hop. Like a lot of guys would catch him, but I mean, he was like bam, gone.
So Ovechkin is sort of that like where he brings clout to that organization.
Well, here's what's funny. I get where you're going with this, Bob. I think it's interesting though because Ovechkin brings eyeballs to Ovechkin. And people almost forget he's playing for the Capitals. Like they almost forget he's playing for the Capitals. They're like, wait, oh, what? Oh, right. He plays for the Capitals. Yeah. Right.
It's just not a hockey town, I think. It's not.
Well, Washington in certain ways, when it comes to sports, is like Ottawa in sports, where it's like, it's a government town. Yeah. So it's like, you think about like, yeah, you've got a team. You might even have a nice arena. You might have a lot of the amenities, but it's like,
Ottawa goes back to the 20s and 30s. Like,
well, very different team. The Silver Seven doesn't quite hold the resonance when the team came back in the early 90s.
It doesn't even today, though.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Very different era because it wasn't that like in the Challenge Cup era, basically.
NHA, yeah.
Yeah, basically. I thought so. Okay. So quickly, I'll zip through these. Yeah, I wish he was on a better team his younger years. No, I get you, Charles. I get you. Capitals equals Rockies. Yes. Okay. Dennis Maroc. Give or gap between team's best player and the rest of the team. That could be. Gardner was the face of Washington for a couple of years. Yeah. We did mention him though, like Mike Gardner. The problem with him is that when we finish looking at his career, I go, oh, that's impressive. And he had some years. It's like, oh, that's impressive. But then at the end, you're like, wait, Mike Gardner was playing? Oh, yeah. And then afterwards, you're like, oh, okay, right.
To me, Mike Gardner was the guy in like the 10-card insert set of the packs that was opening that like I least wanted to get.
Right. And it's not, and again,
it was a star. Like he was okay. You know, he was deemed worthy of like being included in this, you know, cool insert set, but he was like the last guy that I wanted.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure during the course of that discussion, even while you were off for a bit, Bob, and Chair was joining in the conversation, I wanted to make sure, though, I made a distinction. I will never hesitate to make fun of players because it's fun. But most of the time, I'm not going to pick on like the lower and mid-tier players because what's the point? Like,
right.
You know, history will take care of that for me. Like, you know, that's not an issue. Also, though, I can appreciate some of those guys who at the end of it, it's like, okay, you might not appreciate them, but at the same time, they served a purpose when they were there. And some of these players were really good for stretches of time. Maybe they weren't, maybe they didn't hit that top tier level, or maybe they didn't sustain that play for long enough to be like considered in that vein. But that's what I was saying to Bobby as well, is that, look, when we're talking Mount Rushmore players, that's one thing. If we create a secondary Mount Rushmore and right underneath it, those are still really great players. If you're in the conversation to be in that secondary Mount Rushmore, you're still among the best of the best of the best. You're in that elite of the elite. So we'll still think of you fondly in that category. You don't have to be at the super upper echelon, but you can still be right up there. But then there's a lot of guys who are like, they're actually above Hall of pretty good. They're above Hall of very good. They're like, one more, two more things, maybe a couple more big seasons for you, and you get into the borderline conversation of that. But you're just shy of that, which means you were still great. because when we go and break it down, it's like,
So
actually, you
who
were
is
pretty
that?
great.
Is that like and I'll stick to like my era. Is that like a Timu Solani and Paul Correa, those types? Like they weren't.
I would say more Solani than Correa, only because Solani got to play the length of time to get there. Correa could have been one of those. Correa could have been one of those guys because he had the super talent. He did. The concussions basically wrecked him.
Yeah.
But he's even still like he was a star in his time. He was a star, and everybody knew he was a star in his time. He had his run, and he wasn't able to play long enough to build that full length resume.
Okay.
And in the end, he got to the Hall of Fame because people understood that, like, at his apex, he was a star, no
Right.
question. So he's a guy who had the high apex, as well as Solani had the high apex, but Solani was able to play longer and was able to keep playing well into his latter
Yeah.
portion. Once he had a little mini career resurgence that helped him put him over the top. To remind everybody, it's like, actually, this guy's a prolific goal scorer. Like, he's great at this. He's really great at this.
Let me ask you this: Joe Sakic, was he on anybody's radar until he won a Stanley Cup?
Joe Sakic's interesting because Joe Sakic is like the best example of a guy who, when you break it down, is like, is this guy elite? He sort of is, but we don't think about him. But even while he's
Right.
performing at this high level, you're like, but technically we should be thinking about him, and he's right there. He's like
Yeah.
right there. And his teams won Stanley Cups, and he was the captain, and he was a super high-end performer consistently and constantly. Like, he was right at the top of the heap for years.
But I feel like I didn't. I mean, I was collecting hockey at that time, and
Right.
like real, but he was not on my radar whatsoever. But then all of a sudden, he was.
Yeah, I think maybe the problem is this. I think the problem with Joe Sakic is that he was consistently great year after year. Now, like, not just good, but great year after year. But like, he wouldn't lead the league in any of the categories. But then you kept looking at him and going like at age 37, he got 100 points. At age 37, that's real good. Like, that's real good. And that's late in his career. And he was a 100-point getter a bunch of times and a 50-goal scorer. Like, he did all that stuff. And he did win a Hart Trophy. And he was he was a 2-time Cup winner. He won the Pearson, he won the Hart, he won the Lady Byng, he won the Smythe Trophy. So he had hardware. But he was a 3-time All-Star. So, like, you didn't think about him. So it's one of those things where, like, when it's all said and done, you look at it in totality and I'm like, no, this guy's great.
What's a Sakic PSA 10 rookie going for?
Well, that one's been helped a lot over the years now. It's a lot better than it was. I can tell you.
Is it over 500?
I'm pretty sure.
Not that high, is it?
No, I remember looking at it a little while ago. The O-Pee-Chee topped out at 1,075 in February. And I think the Tops was doing pretty well for a bit there. Let me see if I can find it. Tops. Yeah, the Tops is killing it. Yeah, the Tops is like 2,500.
Wow. Tops more than O-Pee-Chee.
That year, Tops, for whatever reason, is considered rarer.
Really?
It has a lower pop count. It has a pop count of 17.
Hold on.
So I'll quickly catch up on your comments while we're talking here. I know there's a lot of names you guys have been naming off here, so I just want to zip through. I believe it's the Capitals who recorded the hardest shot until Chara. Maruk. Nice.
When you have a bumper sticker named after you, you know you're some kind of star.
Yeah. Charles, they give Lindros too much crap because as good a player as he was at his peak, as soon as he started getting concussions, like, he fell off like a stone. But at his peak, he was great. He was great.
Could have been great. He's had an attitude too.
Yeah, that didn't help. 2002 Olympics really put Sakic on the map for good. Yeah, I agree with that. That's fair. It added another thing in there. Yep. Tops was underproduced compared to O-Pee-Chee. That's the prevailing theory. I don't know if the discrepancy is as crazy as people think it is.
It's because of the vending. O-Pee-Chee did a lot of 89, 90 vending.
Okay.
And that's the only difference. Disparity wise, I think Wax was maybe pretty much even, but the amount of vending they did was phenomenal.
Okay, that makes sense.
Where Tops Did they have vending? If they had the vending, they had those 500 count.
I felt like they did. I thought so. I might
Yeah.
be mistaken, but I thought they did.
I think they did too. 89 is my cutoff point. It's sort of like, do we even care?
Okay,
But-
so Vinny here has a good question. I know Bob is looking something up. I think he was trying to find some Sakic rookies. So I think he's going to
Well, I
send
found
tens
him.
and bump it up. Bump up the pop report.
I think I got a few dozen here too.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Yeah,
everybody does.
really.
So here. Also interesting that Bobby said the Islanders were the cup runs in the early 80s that don't get much respect. Can he expand on that? So can I take a quick stab at this and then it's all you, Bobby?
Go ahead.
One thing I'll say, part of the reason they didn't get the respect is that the Edmonton dynasty right after kind of overshadowed it. I think if they hadn't popped the dynasty right after, like if they had maybe won a cup or two, but the Islanders had, the run of 4 and had been left to their own devices for a little bit before another dynasty kicked up, I think it would have helped a lot because I think they would have gotten a lot more credit. But the problem is that then Edmonton started reeling off championships for the rest of the decade. And that totally torpedoed because immediately it put the Islanders like on the back burner. And then the Islanders weren't good right after that for the rest of the day. Like Pat LaFontaine came on, like the potential was there. Bossy got hurt. All this stuff happened. The other guys got old or went away. Trottier went on to win a Stanley Cup or 2 with Pittsburgh. So he was able to collect some more cups. Bossy was retired. Like everything fell apart in Long Island. So all of a sudden they were irrelevant. Right after four straight Stanley Cups. And then the Edmonton Oilers were the young upstarts who then ran the rest of the 80s with some visits from some other teams, but they got a
Who
good
was the
chunk of the
captain
80s.
of the Islanders team that won the cup?
Clark. Was it Clark then?
What was that? What was
Who
the
was
question?
the captain of that team? Like I can't think of
Trottier.
anybody
I
on
was going
that.
to say,
Clark.
wouldn't it be Trottier? I probably
Clark.
Trottier.
Clark a
Trottier.
little after, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty sure Trottier would have been the captain, I think. I could be mistaken.
I kind of put them in a position of the Yankees Dodgers. They're the Dodgers they're just never really liked. Everybody loves the Yankees. Everyone likes New York Rangers. Nobody really liked the Islanders for some reason. And still today, one of the worst selling collectibles teams of all time.
I think that, so it looks like it was Gillies.
Clark Gillies. Oh,
Yeah, Clark.
yeah.
Yeah. So what I was going to say though is, in a certain way it makes sense, but another way it doesn't, because the Brooklyn Dodgers are fondly remembered by the fans of Brooklyn because they had fans. Brooklyn had distinct fans from the Yankee fans, and they had a rivalry with the Yankees. The thing though is that the Islanders actually did win, whereas the Dodgers had the one.
They just weren't the team that. Just not a likable team. I remember that time period.
That's a different conversation. That's fair.
It's the same conversation, really, because either the team is like, it's like Washington Capitals. Great players, but who's the Washington Capitals? So great players on the Islanders. Just it just didn't. I didn't see
Is it
well.
like when the Royals won the World Series? Like nobody.
Very
cared.
much so.
No,
Nobody
that's
cared.
fair. The only reason I'm pushing back on part of it though is that like the Brooklyn Dodgers, like their cards did fine. Like Brooklyn Dodger cards actually are okay.
Just the rivalry between the two, and
Yes.
that never being as respected as
The
Yankees.
They're never being respected, yes, but it's one of those things where, like, in hindsight, the Brooklyn Dodgers players because Jackie Robinson was never an LA Dodger, he was only a Brooklyn Dodger, so like he's remembered super fondly.
Definitely.
For the fans of that era, Gil Hodges, Duke Snyder, those guys are remembered fondly. All those things are part of it. When they moved to LA, they had a different legacy. Sandy Koufax started winning championships with LA in that run there. And then the LA Dodgers have gone on to win other championships since. But it's almost a different franchise, but it's still the same franchise. So it's weird. It's this thing where the LA Dodgers is almost a different thing entirely. But the Brooklyn Dodgers, you go tell the people in Brooklyn who are old enough, who were Brooklyn Dodgers fans in their day, they resent the day the Brooklyn Dodgers left. Like to this day.
And Bob, that's how you keep the conversation going. Just mention baseball, and you're good to go with Carlos.
Bobby, when it comes to baseball, that's
I
my
know.
comfort zone.
I know.
Hockey, like, you want to talk 90s hockey? I'm good. Anything current is like, look, I understand a couple of things, but I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend I know.
Or the vintage part, and
I
that's
feel like I know my hosts and co-hosts well enough to ask a question to kind of.
I don't know. I don't know, Bob. Go ahead.
Yeah. So quickly, I'll just say, Vinny says they did have the vending for tops, for $89.90 tops. Bless some breaks here.
The 500 counts, was it?
That's
Did
what
you
that's
get
what it
back
was.
me?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, those boxes of
Vending boxes.
So quickly, I'll touch on this since Bless and Breaks had two kind of variants on this. So he goes, tried to withdraw money from Star Stock. Still no word in almost 2 weeks. Looks like they're going the Top Shot route for cash withdrawals and COMC route for uploading your cards.
Oh no.
He also earlier had the comment about COMC as well, because it is still a sticking point. Like I received some comments from folks on Instagram because they'll send direct messages as well. And by the way, you're more than welcome to. Like I'll do my best. Sometimes it takes me a while to get back to you. I'll do my best. I can do what I can. But if you reach out directly that way, I try my best to get back to you. But yeah, a couple of folks are in the train of like, look, okay, fine, great. You fix your stuff. But in the meantime, I want out. Like I want to get my cards, whatever's left. And then I just don't want to deal with you. Like this is nonsense. And that was kind of the vibe I got from some folks regarding that. They're really frustrated. They're really frustrated because it's not a good experience. And the idea is like, okay, well, by the end of the year, it'll be fixed.
Star
Thanks.
Stock,
Good
though.
to know. Star Stock doesn't shock me though, because they used a similar model and they started later. So they started with a smaller staff to begin with.
Yeah, but you think they came in under a different business model?
Not really. Basically, it's a platform.
Why
you trade
come
inside
in?
the platform.
I guess.
You trade inside the platform, and then you hit the button to try to ship it out. They're hoping that you never ship anything out. That's the way the platform works the best.
Yeah. We'll deal with that problem when it comes along.
Yeah.
Do you guys,
go ahead,
Carlos? Do you use COMC in that vein of buying cards and then
Thanks, name.
and then selling them on the platform? Like
I've done that
without
I've done that with a couple of cards. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because you can get. You know who I did that with last season during the COVID season, Giancarlo Stanton. I grabbed a couple of his cards literally right at the beginning, right at the after the first game when he hit a home run, like a good long home run. I'm like, you guys are dumb. If I buy this card and hold it for like 2 weeks, let's see what happens. I bought it, sat on it for like 2 weeks. I sold it for like 5 times what I bought it for.
Nice.
In like 2 weeks. And I had a couple of them.
Very good.
They always want me to do that. Like they feel like their platform is like promotes that, like, hey, just you want to resell this, and I'm not there.
As a flipping platform, they're not bad. The problem is they lean on the flipping. And when Tim did his interview, like he said, no, if you guys are, on the platform trading stuff back and forth, it's good. And I'm like, well, of course it is, because you don't have to ship anything.
Right.
Like I don't need to wait. It's instantaneous. And unlike eBay, there's no returns. You buy and sell the card, it's done. You get the credit, you move on with your life. You go on to, you can buy something else. You can buy something for your collection. You can do whatever you want. The problem is the second I need the cards. If I actually bought something for my collection and I want physical possession, I don't want a virtual NFT with a real equivalent somewhere off in the distance. Mm-hmm. I actually want the physical possession of the card that theoretically exists if you could ever get it in my hands. Then we've got a problem. That's the problem.
Seems like everybody's having problems. We're in a different era of sports collecting, card collecting,
right.
Investing. Companies not going through with their promises and getting far behind and cutting people off. And oh my gosh, it's just like amazing.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair.
Never seen anything like this. And I never thought that this would come around in anything past January, February, but I thought it would happen earlier. But wow, now the shit's hitting the fan and everyone's suffering. Poor PSA
Bobby,
guys.
What other show were you on?
It was Card Canucks. So this one here with Charles, with young Charles. He was chatting with Bobby and kind of interviewing him for his show. He started up ahead of time, and he reached out a little earlier. He said he was going to start doing the shows on Fridays. So we had a conversation. So I said I'd start it about half an hour later because I was doing it at 9 o'clock so that he would have a 1 hour buffer. So I'd start a little later. So it's worked out pretty well. So it's one of those
kind of guy you are.
If you reach out and ask, it's not a problem. That's the thing. Like all you have to do is say something. Like, hey, do you mind? Can we work something out? I go, yeah. I'll start a little later.
Some people don't care. They just do shows when like other people are doing.
Who's that?
Who would do such a thing?
Nobody. Right?
It's terrible. Yeah. Dodgers won in the 60s and 70s. Yes. Well, hold on. 60s, yes. No. I'm trying to think 70s. 70s. Did the Dodgers win a World Series in the 70s? They won in 1981. They won a couple in the 60s. Yeah, in the 80s for sure. I don't think they won in the 70s.
77?
I'm going backwards right now. Hold on. The Yankees won in 78, 77, 78. In 79 was the Pirates. 76 and 75 was
71
Cincinnati.
was the Pirates.
3 straight for the A's. And Baltimore. And then, no.
71 was Pirates.
Yeah, so no, not in the 70s. In the 60s, absolutely, but not in the 70s.
You are wrong.
I used to be able to do the World Series winners going back quite a ways. So the 70s I still remember pretty well. So wasn't Dennis Potvin the captain? So Potvin was the captain. So, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not up on my 70s.
Oh, it was
or late 80s.
Potvin. Yeah.
Dennis Potvin?
that's
Does that sound
yeah.
right to you? Okay.
Oh, yeah, 100%. He was a great player, too. Amazing.
Is Felix's son?
No.
No?
That would be
Maybe.
awesome. That would be awesome. But I don't think so. No.
Maybe his father, Luke.
Oh my God. That'd be amazing.
Luke,
Yeah.
I
Oh
am
wait,
your
no.
father.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
Yeah, yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Felix the son of Dennis? No.
No.
No, not so much.
Potvin's a pretty popular name.
Yeah. So
It's
Robert
like
here
Miller.
says, hate the Dodgers, but the number 2
Not
franchise.
quite, but yeah.
Yeah, so here, Vinny. Vending for tops until 93, 94. To my knowledge, I had them pass through my hands through the years, and when they went to premiere, only 94, 95. Okay, cool. So for vending, it continued into the 90s. Okay, sounds good, Vinny. Thank you for that. Good stuff.
So I was looking at, we were talking about Gretzky and his transfer to LA. So I was looking at the what is that 88, 89, the push pin.
Yeah, 88, 89. Mhm.
So the difference between there's a tops and the Opeachy. The Opeachy, he's on the ice, but the tops, he's holding up the jersey, right?
That's right.
So 2 different pictures.
Yep.
So I was watching the tops version because I like that version better with him holding up the Gretzky jersey.
Okay.
Was that a $10 card? Maybe.
You're talking about like Raw?
Probably about
Yeah.
that.
I was
Raw.
going to say Raw. You should probably be able to get it for that price. That's reasonable.
Yep.
So I had some eBay bucks. I was like thinking, oh, I'll just be able to get one for free, but essentially.
Right.
$31.50.
For the tops
And-
Raw? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
getting in. It's crazy with the Gretzky stuff now, and
But it
because
was-
there's
it was
2 different
very-
cards, right?
It was
So-
very nicely centered. Like the scan it showed a very nice looking card. And man, $31. I was like, dang, I'm looking at other auctions like on the same day and they're $15. Like buy it now for less than that with essentially the same looking card on it.
I was gonna say
I
that.
don't know.
Well, Paul says here Raw it's about 20 to 30, which, okay. No, I believe you.
Really?
But that seems strong to me. Like that's pretty impressive because 88, 89, I still feel like falls firmly in almost that junk wax era.
Yeah, but there was only 1 card by Tops and 1 card by Opeachy, so it wasn't like it was double done like most of the other cards from Opeachy Tops.
Yeah.
It was sort
I
of.
get it.
It's the first time he's in a LA uniform.
Totally
kind of
with
thing,
you.
So,
Yeah.
so
But I just don't feel like it was rare ever. I just feel like there were lots of them.
it isn't. Trust me,
Yeah,
it's
like-
not.
Like, anything in that late 80s period, I feel like is printed in sufficient abundance. And by the way, I like a lot of those sets. The Pushpin set I thought was a neat looking set. It's a fun set.
Change.
I think they got
nice.
orange. They got orange backs as well, which I think look interesting. They're fun. They're fun looking cards. There's nothing wrong with them.
They were nice.
I put together a set of the Opeachy with that, and I think it's a cool looking set. I enjoy it for what it is. But like I wouldn't pay a super crazy premium on it. Like I just wouldn't.
There's so much of that out there.
I know
guys.
another one will come about, so
Oh, for sure. I
no
think
big
so.
deal.
For sure. But I just thought it was interesting. So I included Robert's comment here. 3 NL titles for the Dodgers and 70s. That I believe. That part makes sense to me. Because I think for one of those Yankee ones, I think they beat the Dodgers. Either 77. I think 77 is the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, the Dodgers were definitely in the hunt. They just didn't win World Series.
Yeah,
in
I
the
said
70s.
77 because I thought they won, but they didn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one where Reggie Jackson hit the 3 home runs on like 3 pitches and
Yeah, it was amazing.
solidified the Mr. October reputation. So that
Yes.
was that was kind of the big one. Because in the 70s, if you think about it, 3 World Series with the Oakland A's and then 2 with the Yankees. That'll do. That'll do. I guess that'll work, you know?
It's funny. I used to watch football from the early '70s till the end of the '70s, before I got into high school and stuff like that. Football and baseball.
Right.
Watched a lot of it, and hockey, of course, every day that it was on. But after that, just kind of fizzled out. You go through phases in life, and after the '80s, once you get into puberty and drive your own car, motorcycle, women, whatever.
There you go. So Paul's just filling in
Women
some of the
always
gaps.
supersedes cards,
It did.
in my experience.
Hmm.
Well, kind of what we talked about earlier, Bob. A lot of things supersede cards if you want them to. A lot of things can supersede cards.
That's
a
true.
lot of them.
But not on the show.
Sure. Sure. Yes, the show where we've spoken about cereal with great passion. So Mike here says he's got an extra Gretzky for you, Bob, if you want.
Yeah, maybe I got one too.
Really?
Yeah.
Tops are OPG.
Well, you got to remember. No, he says 88,
Hey.
89 tops. That's the one Bob was talking about.
Mike, if you saw that Jean, whoever that guy's last name is, that auto I had, I posted on Instagram, I'll trade you for it.
There you go.
I don't need that card.
Yeah. And I think you guys can work something out. I don't think it'll be an issue. But
Yes,
it doesn't
yes.
shock me because I know the thing is a lot of that stuff made it up here. Like it's funny that look, if folks can get 20 or 30 bucks on eBay, more power to you. By all means.
Absolutely.
But I'm sitting there like I
I'm
know
not
there's
that
folks
guy.
around here with stacks of that stuff. I guarantee it. Stacks. Yeah, so Mike says
You
deal.
can get
Mike says
Brett
deal.
Hall rookie cards for half of that price.
How do we do there?
Yeah.
Center's
Wow.
okay.
See that?
Yeah.
That's
Like, there's
the
stacks
card,
of it.
though.
There's stacks of it, man. Like, I promise. There's piles of it all over the country. That's what makes it. But that's what makes it. Here's the thing. Remember what we said earlier? It's perception. It's folks are like, oh my god, it's rare. It's like, no, it's not. Bobby literally does. Bobby has cards, but he doesn't go out of his way to get cards. He doesn't.
Is that
It's not his
Shanahan?
number one thing. But even
Yeah.
he had the card.
Shanahan. Yeah,
that
even I had the card, right?
Like even he had it, and he doesn't specialize in cards. He prefers
And
other stuff.
he could get it like that. Yeah.
What does that tell you?
That says something, right?
Scarcity wise, it should tell you something about scarcity.
I say I don't have much cards, but I have a full set here. So, well, actually, I'm missing the Probert because I had a signed Probert card and I gave it to my dad for his birthday present with a Probert book. So I'm missing Probert in this full set.
Okay. Oh, in the 88, 89?
Yeah, 88, 89.
Oh, okay.
Full set.
That's fair.
It's a nice set.
I think you might be the only person in history to have Probert as the last card to finish the set off.
Well, because I had it signed and I gave
No,
it to
I
my dad.
got you. But it just ends up being. I'm always interested in what the final card ends up being because sometimes you have like the option. You'd be like, okay, look, you could set this up to make it. It's like what happened with Bowman 53.
It's not like Gretzky was missing.
Exactly. But it'd be like Bowman 53 where he waited to make sure that it was the Pee Wee Reese was the last card.
Right.
But like he didn't have to have that. With a lot of the vintage sets, I like to get the star players out of the way.
Yeah.
So it ends up being like some weird thing that ends up being the last card.
At
Well,
least
yeah.
one or two of them, so
Yeah.
you're not
Pino-
all in at the money at
He
the
needed
end.
like Steve Jeltz for like one of
Yeah.
his sets or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Jeltz.
But that's the thing.
Common.
Sometimes you can road map it, especially if you know you can get your hands on the card. It's always kind of weird the way it works out.
yeah.
So it's like, okay, fair enough. Works out.
Yeah, I pull out some pretty good cards every once in a while.
There you go. I enjoy. So Charles, I'll tell you this. I'm doing the link for tonight is limited, but on Sunday it is open. So if you want to come on and debate some of these, I mean, I just find it interesting the non sequitur. Why 87, 88 hockey specifically? You've decided like this is the one you pick on.
Who's that? Luke Robitaille?
Luke Robitaille is that. Luke Robitaille
and
that way.
look
I'll be
for
honest.
Luke-
I kind of like.
Is
I
that the
don't
one
mind
with the
sound.
hockey stick?
Yeah,
that's
like,
the,
To be honest, I'm
the
kind of
name?
fond of it. I'm kind of fond of it for what it is. I like it.
Yeah,
There's some plainer sets in that decade to be like. Here's the thing: the Lemieux rookie year. I've never been a huge fan of the design of it. It's really plain.
simple.
It's-
Very simple. It's a very
I don't
vast
mind. I
charm.
don't mind simplicity, but like if we're talking underwhelming in the '80s, 85, 86 is right up there.
Yeah, actually, Vachon, the cakes, Joe Louis, and all those other things, they did a set too, and they're very much similar to that, except they reversed the design.
Right.
Kind of interesting. I never found any more information about that, but that'd be interesting to know how hooked in they were with Tops and O-Pee-Chee with that.
Yep. So Robert here says least favorite hockey set is 73, 74. I think you're not alone in that. I think a lot of people don't like it.
I liked it. I didn't like the Tops because they had 4 colors, but 2 colors weren't too bad, and then they had 2 different card backs too. So light back, dark back.
I feel like though for hockey, this is basically like the 72 Tops of hockey. Because 72 Tops baseball is like you either really like it or you don't. You either like it or you don't.
And that's hockey too, yeah.
Because there's very much of the era. So if you like it, then you like it. If you don't like it, it's a no-go.
The 72 cards I didn't really like when I was opening them as a kid. We opened them up and they were just tan bordered, which was kind of weird. A weird color for hockey. And
yeah, I know that's it.
And they were just kind of plain pictures of the players. It really didn't go over too well. I wasn't a fan of 71 either, for that matter. Then again, I stopped collecting those and I started collecting Toronto Sun photos because I had to be different than everybody else.
So let me grab this here. I'll grab a nice off-center copy to make it authentic.
What's that?
So 73, 74, because we're talking about it, but if you haven't seen it, if you haven't had the benefit.
I got some right here.
Okay, if you got 73, 74, feel free to help yourself.
I might have to dig it. That's okay. Don't worry. Go ahead.
So you got a Jim Rutherford here, nicely off-centered, keeping it 1970s.
Wow.
He had a great mask. See, this is the big thing about the 70s is a lot of goalies had great masks. He had the Detroit Red Wings around his eyes coming off.
Yeah.
So masks are really a significant time for the 70s.
They are.
Collectors.
And for you, Bob, we got the Pittsburgh Penguin as well with the teal. We got the blue there going on. Come on.
The baby blue.
Yeah. There you go. So there you go. Just to give context, the color border, and that's one of those deals where if you don't like it, you don't like it. I'll be honest, it's not exciting to me, but it doesn't like offend my eyeballs. Like when I look at it, like I've seen some sets where it's like design wise, it offends me, but no, that was just plain.
It was like an inverted decal edge kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable.
Was the first series red and the second series green? And then in Tops, it was yellow and blue and red and green.
Yeah.
So there's 4 in Tops and 2 in O-Pee-Chee. And then they had light backs and dark backs.
Yeah. What was your question? Are you saying something, Bob?
I was saying, are you opposed to doing some sort of a giveaway?
No. Do you have a specific idea in mind of what you would like to do?
I mean, I've got plenty of hockey cards here that I would have no issue. I got a
88 Gretzky.
I got an Iginla.
You got a Jerome Iginla. I think that's the rookie. Yeah, I think that's the SP.
That is the SP rookie.
He's
I mean that it doesn't have to be that. It could be the Fedorov, very scarce O-Pee-Chee Premier.
Yeah, there's like none.
So, if you come up with some sort of a where's Mike at? This is the card. Mike, I'll trade you that.
Mike said deal autograph. Easily. Mike said deal easy. You gonna trade a John Beliveau autograph for it?
Yeah.
I don't think he has any moral opposition to that. And he said deal already.
That's a good deal.
That's a good deal.
There you go.
That's a win-win right there.
Gene Beliveau is one of the greatest players. He was like your leader, representative of the NHL, super nice guy, like unbelievable.
Also a top tier autograph, to be honest. Like as in terms like a clean, nice looking autograph, it's one of the best.
It is so nice.
It's one of the best.
Oh my goodness.
He actually answered every letter personally and would sign it back and write a little note back to everybody.
Mike's like, stop talking. You might change his mind.
Oh yeah, you're under trading him. You better.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Kind of funny.
So here we go. Closest thing to Beliveau.
I got some nice baseball cards.
Lloyd Wayner, nice.
Yeah, wide pen.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. I got some old stuff sitting around. I was kind of digging it out. It's just I don't have any time to sell it to anybody. It's just, I have too much stuff. All those things hidden behind here, just full of cards and postcards and so much stuff. You guys think you guys have cards? Holy jeez, I got a lot of cards too. I'm gonna have to get rid of them. But that Gretzky going for $30, not too bad considering the whole set used to go for $30.
Right?
Well, Tops especially, right? Because Tops is American and nobody likes American hockey.
That still fascinates me that you said the Sakic year is like somehow more rare than I don't know.
That particular year was an anomaly. Like for most of the years, it wasn't the case. There was something about that. I don't remember what the specifics were, but there was something about that year.
And then you have the Tembecs, if you know about those. Do you know about those?
These Tembecs?
Tembec. That was certain. Well, Tembec actually has to do with wood. It's a paper pulp white card. And 89 OP, she came out with these Tembecs, which are white back. There's only so many sets made. It was sort of a trial kind of run, but they're out there in the ether, and they're very desirable. You get a 10 in a Sakic, you can get $1,000, I think.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, Tembecs are. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off.
No, that's fine.
I saw this card and I was like, if this isn't like like a complete metaphor for like a kick in the nuts. So you're aware of like Topps Finest had the base bronze, and then they had the silver, and then the golds.
Okay, so this is 96 or 97?
96.
Okay, go on.
So so this is like the gold checklist.
Checklist. Okay.
Right?
I love checklists.
So when you like fan the cards and you see, oh yeah, I've got a gold card, and then when you expose it, and it's the freaking checklist. It's like
that was the mid-90s version of getting Panini points, but it's an actual card, but only barely.
It's funny, the 90s collectors don't have any regard for checklists at all, where it's, everything to the I guess 80s.
Well,
or even some 70s, because there's some.
Because then a lot of them had like pen marks on them, right? Like if you had a checklist that didn't have any like marks on it, that was kind of a commodity.
Well, very much like I said on Charles' show, in 1970 and 71, I was flicking checklists down this laneway between these buildings, the store we used to buy our packs at, because if you got a checklist in your cards, you were pissed off because you only need one, and you were ripped off a card, and it went down the laneway, and we had this laneway, and it was full of checklists.
Yeah. Well, I think it became one of those things though, because even if you were a collector in the time, even if you were, once you had the checklist you need, let's say you weren't going to use one, then what do you need the second or third one for? Like it was kind of a common throwaway a card almost. And you can imagine, like I want to say 1974, they had a set of checklists for baseball for all the teams. You'd have the team checklist, but it came like in a separate set. But it's one of those things like, okay, so you're going to collect a 1974 team checklist set? And it's like, it's a set of team checklists.
Mm-hmm.
Does it serve a purpose? Absolutely. But like, is that exciting to you as an insert to get? Not really.
Not in that time period, no.
No. So quickly, I'll touch on Robert's. 1 second, Bob. 1 second.
Yeah.
So quickly, I'll just answer Robert's thing because Lloyd Wayner was the card you showed off, the big card, the wide pen, Bobby.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is Little Poison. I just wanted to confirm that because his brother was Big Poison and he was Little Poison. So there were two of them.
Good.
Yeah, there were two of them. So I wanted to make sure he did get the reference right. Bang on. Hockey Guy says he has one of the hockey finest checklist refractor, which would be one of the great. Oh, it's a great. Oh.
Gold refractor.
So like technically it's good, but like this is the worst version of this really good thing that you could have gotten.
Oh, that's an interesting
You have
one.
to be a very nerdy collector to collect the finest refractor, gold refractor checklist. Yeah.
And the 64
be happy
5
about
Tall
it.
Boy, number 55, might be the most valuable checklist ever. That's interesting. Do you know there's 2 variations of that? No, you do not. So there you go.
Why you rush straight to it?
Oh, sorry. Nobody knows really, but it'll come out.
There could have
in the
been
new
one
book.
person, Bobby. There could have been one person that would be like, I knew, Bobby. I
No,
knew.
nobody looks at stuff. I'll tell you. You know, most of the amazing information that has changed dates and issues of cards basically are on the backs of the cards.
Yeah.
Just nobody read them in 50, 70, 80 years. Amazing. Hey, it says 1936. Why is this 1935? I don't know. You know, and those things have happened over the course of the years. So it's really, we don't look at the cards. We look at the card picture. We might read the back, but we don't look and think.
Well, so what was the
Hockey have,
variant for
like-
the? So you were saying there was a variant to it. What's the variant?
I guess you'll have to subscribe to my website and find out.
Nice. Well played. Look at you. See this. That would have worked even better if you were like ready. It's like, oh, by the way, the website will be live tomorrow.
Yes.
You pulled a COMC, like you told us the thing, but it's not ready yet. It's not ready. No.
I bought a building though.
Well, maybe if you had bought a building, if you had gotten the Burrell Shack, you'd be halfway to greatness.
True enough. Halfway at least. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Now he's going to be looking at every eBay auction trying to.
No, the thing is, it wouldn't shock. Here's the thing: I don't know what the variant is, but it doesn't shock me because they were. You have to really be paying attention because sometimes there's print modifications. There's small things, little things, and I'll use a silly example, a really silly one. For the 56 Topps baseball set, the Ted Williams card.
Mhm.
You've got the, I believe, if memory serves me, I forget what number Ted Williams is, but I believe you got the gray back and the white back. People know that part. That's easy. That you got the 2 different back types. People are pretty aware of it. But one of the things is, and you have to really be like borderline psychotic about this, is that with Ted Williams above the name, there were various print variations depending on what happened in the printing, and there would be the line at the top would be a slightly different color. Because there were some issues with the process. So people could find them in slightly different colors. So there was like a red, a green, a yellow, and it was just a printing issue. But the end result was different variations if you were super observant and you put them beside each other. Now, I don't think there's a premium for getting one over the other, but if you're somebody who's a super completionist, well, then you go after the different variants.
Well, baseball, actually, the baseball collectors are the largest, people for variations. They go into it full head first. Whereas hockey, it's not really a consideration for variations. Corrections, errors. Yes, I understand, but for variations, and all of those are on that card is basically just out of registry, and one primary color is showing opposed to the other. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And one shouldn't be worth more than the other, but it's people are looking for the variations because some people care about it and other people care about the money aspect of it because this is the rare, it's like the red refractor opposed to the rainbow opposed to the green or the blue, and that's kind of delving back into the vintage part as we look at the modern part of it.
Yeah. Well, the thing though, it's different when you intentionally do it versus something happened in the printing process. And
Yes.
then down the road, someone like realized, wait a minute, they put like 2 beside each other. Like, wait a minute, there's a difference.
Yeah.
And then, but somebody had to be looking. Otherwise they would have never noticed. Go ahead, Bob. You look like you want to say something.
That's
Me?
Yeah,
I want to. I have a whole new topic. If
please go ahead.
Go ahead.
if
By
the
all
chat
means.
is willing.
By all means.
Okay, so I was talking to a friend of ours,
Mhm.
and I
Mhm.
got his 2 cents. So, okay, I've got a substantial amount of cards here
Mhm.
that I can't keep everything, right? And I can't give away everything either, like to friends. I have no problem like issue it. This is what you collect. Let me help you out. I got some. You collect Brandon Shanahan? Okay, I got some refractors. I'll send them your way. Whatever.
Have you considered for ease of use just to do like a PWCC transfer over to the Amish Dave Archer warehouse? You could send it to warehouse 17 and like whatever it is, they'll process it. I hear they do it at 5 times the rate of COMC.
Right. So it's this idea of like, okay, I need to. Who is that?
Isn't that Shanahan?
Was that Carlos? Yeah.
Looks like Bobby dropped off.
Okay, so we have
there's
a
You knock yourself off, Bobby? You got too
I
excited?
touched
You got so excited. You're like, I showed off a Shanahan. Disconnect.
F7 or something. You just knocked me out.
Yeah.
And Brendan Shanahan, pre-rookie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's made by
It's like
police.
glamour shot.
Yeah.
From the London Knights. Nice.
Yeah. You said Shanahan. I got to use it.
That's fair enough. So anyway, Bobby, you're saying like lots of cards, different things. Yep.
Yeah. So, the idea of like, we're in this community.
Sure.
We'll call it that. We like to help each other out when we can. But at some point, we have to sell some cards. And the idea of selling cards to friends.
Oh, okay. I think you've alluded to this before. All right, go on.
Yeah, I'm just kind of I'm at this point where I'm at I don't know what to do, really. Like I have to I need to kind of thin the collection somewhat.
So I think conceptually I understand, and there's going to be more to it.
Yeah.
We know there's layers to this, so we'll work through layers. But let's start off at the high level. At the high level. So first you offer the cards, and then they give you money, and then you send them the cards.
Yeah.
Now let's go to layer 2. What is Bob's psychosis with this the process that I just described?
Well, even before that,
okay.
So Mike, Canadian cards, like
sure,
I could just send you this card. Like this card means really nothing to me. It's sitting in a box. It's been sitting in a box for years, since what? 2005. It's been sitting in a box since then, and it means nothing to me. Like
sure.
I don't know who this guy is. I didn't know who he was until Mike did a video on this guy and what he kind of means to the hobby.
So is that 88 Gretzky still up for grabs then now?
Right. You want to trade? That's great.
No, I think at the end of the day, I think so. Speaking of that specific thing, I think between the two guys, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue. I think it'll be something because I think. So let me take a couple angles on this because there's more we can take into it. So we'll definitely still continue exploring the space. But one area of it is that you can always have what I like to call like an ongoing trade, which is to say it's not one transaction. It's like, no, here's the card. I'll send you this card. And then down the road, maybe something will come your way, whatever. But also, depending on what you're doing, if you know somebody for a while, it's not like you're keeping a running tally. Like, does it really matter? Like in the grand scheme of things? Like if I'm sending you a 52 mantle, well, then maybe there's a running tally.
Sure.
There's levels, right? There's levels.
Absolutely.
But within reason, it's like, look, man, whatever.
Okay, so on the very bottom of those levels, I've got plenty of, across all 4 sports, $3 to like $5 to $8 rookie cards, that people might like to add to their collection.
Sure.
I can't give everything away, right?
Sure.
So I'm at this position where I'm like trying to weigh like I want to be just that fellow collector that's trying to help another collector out versus, I put some time into all this, building this collection. It'd be nice to get something in return.
Yeah.
And kind of balancing, finding that middle ground of like, what I'm okay with, basically. giving away versus what I feel like maybe I could get something in return to either put back into my hobby or just, better my family's position or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to get rich or, anything like that. Uh, but I feel like, so speaking specifically to me, is this going to be like all of a sudden, okay, so Bob has been in the community for 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden he's doing a 180 of like, now he's trying to like sell all his stuff to these friends that he's made in the community, and he's just, shame on me for like trying to get one over on his buddies, whether it's through auction, a live auction or whatever the case may be on Instagram.
Yeah.
Start post, I post a card, and now I say, oh, I love this card, but if you want it for $10 or $15, you can have it.
Okay, so let me tackle this in a couple of ways, because I think there's a couple of areas we can work on. Because it's not, you're probably not, you're not the first person in creation to have this issue. What happens is there's a couple of suggestions here. So Robert says, I'd say trading is the answer, and that could be the answer for some cases. In some cases, it'll be, in some cases, like there's stuff that you're going to want to be able to say. But let me ask you this question, Bob. Is your main concern, because it sounds to me like it is. I enjoy the question because sometimes it's the Bob Lewis existential crisis question. There's always an existential crisis with Bob Lewis.
Yes, usually for me.
Yeah. And I like this question because this is also would be almost like the way that it would be formulated for like Matt when he does some of his stuff, because he's very much a very sentimental guy or whatever. I'm a ruthless, cold-hearted bastard. So, you know, there's that.
That's why I need your opinion.
Yeah, so there's a happy medium in between the two extremes. There is a happy medium in the middle. The way I look at it is this way. Business is business, but you can be fair. Business is business, but you can be fair. And what I mean with that is there's got to be an understanding on the other side is that, look, I've got these cards. I know there may be some stuff that may be of interest to so-and-so, but it's like, well, what do you want to do with it? Because theoretically, like, if you're making an offer, yeah, you want to get the best price that you can, but if it's somebody that you know, well, you're not trying to like put the screws to them because maybe down the road you were going to do a trade or a deal or something. Like the shoe could be on the other foot. Maybe I'm the one selling the card later on. It's like, well, I put the screws to you. It's like, well, what are you going to do in return? Be fair, like have that understanding. But you can, in an open auction format, just leave it open to like, hey guys, so I'm going to do this. Because Dave did a similar thing not that long ago when he was building some PayPal funds for some hockey cards he was going to do.
And I have as well. I've made a YouTube video of like, hey, these are 10, 12, 15 cards that I'm just looking to move.
Yeah. Here's
my email address. If you're interested, let me know.
Yeah.
But I'm talking like I've got 300 cards that really I don't need 10 Jordan Alvarez rookies. You know what I mean? I don't need 10 Gavin Lux rookies or whoever that, insert player name here.
Yeah.
Maybe some people aren't, they don't have the access to retail and they haven't been able to buy their own or whatever the case. Not saying I can fulfill all your needs, but so
there's a joke in there. So there's a couple of jokes in there somewhere. Please continue.
I thought of, they're through the means of social media, just kind of utilizing that platform.
Yeah,
and
it feels like an Instagram post, Bob. For something like that, where it's
or even just its
card.
own. I had in my head of ultimately like a Facebook page or a whatever, solely for, I even have a name for the page. Bob Sells Out, right? Bob Sells Out. The double entendre of like, I'm selling out to my friends of like, okay, cards that are now for sale. It's just, that whole like I don't want to feel like I'm pulling the rug out from underneath of guys that I've built these relationships with.
But why would you be pulling out the rug from under them?
Because all of a sudden, like, because I had no issues of giving stuff away,
Okay.
and now I want money for it.
Okay, I get what you're saying with it. This is okay. So this is interesting, and I get this point because sometimes maybe this would be the way I position it. I enjoy the concept of doing stuff with the community, but I never allow that to get past. I'm in agreement with Hockey Guy here, but I'll explain why. Um, I'm never of the opinion that the community owns you. What that means is like, no, I'm a participant in the community. I bring certain things to the table, be it knowledge or whatever the case is, and that's kind of what I do. I'll bring certain knowledge on certain things, some stuff I know about, some stuff I don't, or maybe I'll give you something to think about. That can be its own thing as well. Or we'll bring a little comedy, we'll bring a little levity, we create a platform for other people to chat and do these things. That's the value. I'm not charging you for it. It's one of those things, like, but there's no reason to, because it's here. It's available in this platform. It's available in other platforms. But if I go to sell a card, I'm trying to sell a card. Like, I sent Dave the Sakic thing because I thought he'd enjoy it and I thought he'd appreciate it being in the 90s card. I could have asked him for a couple of bucks for it. I didn't need it. I got it as part of a COMC lot where I bought a bunch of other stuff and I got a good deal on it. It was fine. And then I sent him a couple of my cars, signed the back of them so he could send one to Steve, and there you go. We're good to go. But there may be a couple times down the road where I'm like, hey, you know what? I was able to get a good deal on this card. I'll give you a good deal on it. But is this good with you? Yeah. Okay, cool. Done. But I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. If the deal's fair, the deal's fair. But if there's this weird expectation, because what you're literally alluding to is this expectation of like, so because you've given people cards in the past, therefore you can never charge for cards ever in the history of ever. I think that makes no sense at all. Because the same people that would criticize also would go on eBay and buy a card. It's like, look, dude, you either never buy a card or you buy a card. One thing has nothing to do with the other. It's case by case. Sometimes I have a card that I have so little into, or I got such a good deal on, where it's like, yeah, sure, here you go. It's a giveaway. But if I had paid $500 for the card, why would I give it away?
Yeah, I get that for sure.
Yeah.
So for example, Ronald Acuna Jr. His update, 2018 Top Trump update. I have 5 his pink rookie cards, right?
Okay.
They sell for anywhere, I don't know, 75 to 80 bucks, right?
Sure.
I'd be happy with 50 bucks.
Okay.
So it's like I kind of want to like I want to be that guy that's like that. Okay, in full transparency, like I want to be the guy that's like people like that. I want to buy from that guy because he prices his cards very fairly.
But the thing is, you just gave 2 prices. You said it goes for like $75, right?
So it goes for that on eBay. Like, okay. So I want to be below that. I want to be your friend, and I want to sell you the card at a cheaper rate than what other people are trying to sell it to you for.
Okay, so sell it for $60. What's the problem? That's $15.
I don't know.
It's $15. Yeah, that sounds good.
But if it's friends, I think if it's friends, you just want to give them the little bit better deal.
No, I got you. But the thing is, he says he's got 5 of them. So if one of those friends comes by, you make. Do
you have more than 5 friends, Bob? Just kidding.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they also need to actually want the Acuna, Bob. It's got to work for both.
True.
Yeah. So the reality is this: if one of the friends approaches you, then you make him then you give him a slightly better deal. But as a starting point, 60 is perfectly reasonable.
Well, I'll take the eBay fees in consideration. So you're
no, but I am. But that's what I'm saying. Like if you start off at 75, 20%, it's a 10% is $750. That's the eBay fee. PayPal adds like another 3 to 5%. Yeah. So we took $15 off. We're actually giving you better than that deal. Sounds pretty good.
That's what I do too. I always give them a better deal than even better than the eBay deal, because if I don't have much into something, then I don't really care. And actually, you make a sale faster that way too. There's all these guys at the so-called expo that we go to, that we used to go to. It's funny. I see everybody, they have full book price on, they all have the same thing, and it's $100. Everybody wants 100, someone 120, some want 90. And I come in, I walk the floor, I got the same thing. I'll sell it for $65. I'm going to guarantee sell my card or my whatever it is,
Yeah.
because, and I only have so much into it because I probably bought it in a bulk deal or whatever. So, it be in there and be quick and be out, and don't be so staunch with your price. Like, oh, well, books for this. It's like, whatever.
And that, what you said, Bobby, is a key piece to a lot of my collection. Like, what do I have into it?
Yeah.
90% of what I have, it was acquired through packs when it came out. You know what I mean? So
no, I get it, Bob. Here's the thing. Genuinely, I do understand the concept here behind it, but it's one of those things where, like, I have to say, like, at a certain point, you do have to be a little bit realistic. If somebody wants one of those cards, then work out a deal with them. That's certainly doable. Like, that's on a one-on-one basis. It's like, hey, what are you thinking? You do a little back and forth. You come up with something you're happy with.
Sure, one-offs. That's great.
That's what I'm getting at.
So, what do I do when I got 300 cards? Like, my thought is, like, I'm on the border of, like, I want to create, like, maybe a Facebook page solely for cards that I want to sell.
Okay.
Like some kind of a place where, like, a store almost.
Okay.
Without going to eBay.
Okay. Well, Bob, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is just me kind of spitballing based on this question.
Please.
You can use social media. You can use, if you want to make a Facebook page, go ahead. But it's one of those things, like, I hate Facebook, but it serves a purpose. Like, there are definitely groups on it. It serves a purpose.
I hate it too.
Why don't you make like a Google sheet or something? Because that's available. That's something you can make of it publicly available. It's a little, you can create a little spreadsheet with the cards. You put a price on there you're happy with. It's got a nice list. And then you can update that list as you sell cards off. And then be like, all right, guys, so here's some cards that I'm looking to move. Price is on there.
I love that idea.
Make an offer, do it.
I love that idea. Like, and that's partly the reason, like, I bring it up, because I'm still sort of, brainstorming on the best approach. I'm
saying, if you want to go offline, just make the least amount of extra steps possible. Here is a publicly available spreadsheet. All of you are perfectly capable of reaching out to me. Here's my contact. Here's the list. Here's my price I'm looking for. You want to make an offer? Make an offer. If your offer's crazy, I'll delete your email. If it's reasonable, then we'll keep talking. Otherwise, here's the price. Done.
Yeah, that's sound advice.
It's what I do.
Take some time to make it up, but I mean, you invest the time and you'll get them.
As you sell stuff off, you can mark it off. Done.
And then you buy more packs and open more cards and sell more cards cheap. There you go.
Right.
But then you can keep updating the spreadsheet later. If you get some more cards you want to put up, you just add it to the spreadsheet, and you can keep using the same link over and over again. You don't have to remake it every time. You can just use the same one, update it, refresh it, and here you go. Here's the link again. New cards are on there. Go nuts. Help yourselves. Yeah,
Facebook is good for groups. If you get into the group and personal part of it, it kind of doesn't go over too well. I use it only for all my friends and family. They don't, not a part of my groups or anything. I just keep it, my groups as private, and it keeps things better that way.
MSC, I have no idea who you are. I cannot be your favorite person, that's for sure.
Well, you gotta be somebody's favorite person, Bob.
I'm barely my mom's favorite person. Come on.
I just included it. Well, we already discussed that the dude was, like, good at explaining, like, dropped on a head at least the one time, uses the football, So it's like, hey, look.
So the dude is this close to, like, some cryptocurrency investment opportunities. So that's a whole nother topic, but yeah.
It isn't, because cards, crypto, you name it. Everybody's investing in something. And
NFTs
are everywhere, and they're so whatever. They're working for people. So why not?
So yeah. But why do I like cardboard? Now that Carlos has completely like warped my whole thinking on that. I mean,
Like I said, like
I don't know what to think.
that's a situation where I just want to put it in context. Like saying a fictional thing shouldn't be worth something. It's like that's fine, I get it, but I can take real things and say why should that be worth anything? Because somebody wants it. Because if they didn't want it, then that thing would also be worth nothing. There's no reason for any of it to be worth anything except that somebody wants it. And if enough people want it and are willing to put money into it, then it's worth something.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a piece of cardboard. It can be a thimble. It can be a button. It doesn't matter. But if you look at it, if you're somebody on the outside looking in and just looking, it's like, why do you guys care about cardboard? Why do you care about a button? What is it? Why? It's not worth anything. Well, to you, it's not worth anything. But to these other people, it is. So if enough of them agree that it's worth something, now it's worth something. That's how a market is created.
See, buttons and thimbles are functional, whereas
they could be. But here's the thing: if I literally have a button with no context and nothing to use it with, it's literally not functional, Bobby. It's taking up space and it should go in the garbage.
I got a Gordie Howe button somewhere from one of his clothing lines.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, out of context, if it's literally a button, for someone it may have value. If you are missing a button for your shirt, Bobby, it has value.
There's only 10 of these buttons right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, because I know they got button cards and stuff. But the reason I'm using that silly example is that if in the right context, it has utility. It can have some value too. But it can have value as a button for your shirt, in which case your value is limited. There's only so much you're willing to do to pay for that button for your shirt.
Yeah.
If it's a collectible, the value is higher for the same physical item, but physically it's the same item. But if you don't need it for either, it's a piece of garbage. It goes in the trash.
Unless somebody wants it. That's all.
Unless someone wants it. But that's what I say. Like, I took the same thing and I gave it 3 different values depending on how much you need it or don't need it or are interested in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same item. Nothing changed. And NFT is literally it's just a concept. And for some reason, somebody wants the possession of that concept, because all it is at the end of the day is it's a thing on a blockchain, which is a serial number that associates to an image.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah. But that's more investing than it is, of course, away from collecting completely. Like do we collect for investing or invest for collecting? I don't know. Depends who you are. It seems like Bob just likes to open packs, which is sort of investing. But hey, if you're randomly opening packs looking for collecting, it's a tough call on that one. But as long as you have fun doing it, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I've said now that like the pack opening aspect of my collecting is sort of dried up. Like.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to buy now.
I don't know how to buy cards anymore, because that's any cards that I have, 90% of them have come from the packs that I've opened.
Yeah.
I like the guys that I get in packs. Like, I root for that guy. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But I think there's the aspect of the opening and the I wonder what could be in here. Like there's that aspect to it.
Oh, the gambling is so good.
But it's something. It's like there is a certain element to that. But I'll quickly run through these comments just to get caught up here. MSC was having a little mini conversation there. I'm going to touch some of it, but I'll still get back into it. Sometimes a good or a bad one depends on who you ask. So anyway, Joe Rogan tops UFC cards. Well, that's something. Yeah. So MSC has collected over 100,000 cards the last year. Same as I don't know if you had 100,000 cards in the last year, Bob, but you definitely got a stacks of cards back there. So
yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, NFTs are essentially a serialized computer file. That's a fair synopsis. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. But the thing that was kind of interesting is when it comes to the way that you end up collecting, Bob, to get it, is that the gambling aspect of it, that's real. That has value. And I've laughed because some folks have talked about the gambling aspect of cards, which is true. But they say like, oh, what's going to happen when the post-pandemic? I said, well, then for some folks, they already had the opportunity now that there are some live sports. If they enjoy the sports betting type of gambling, well, you've got it back. But they say like, they ask like, oh, what's the difference? Well, the difference is in the sports gambling thing, you get a result. Yes, with a card, maybe there's residual value. Maybe it doesn't hold. Maybe the card goes back up in value and goes back down and goes back up, and you've got the potential to get something out of it. But with a gambling aspect, I wager on this outcome. If I get the outcome, I win. I get my payout. It's done. I don't have to wait months or years to see the outcome. If you had bought the Jeter in 1993, well, right now you'd be reaping the benefits, the rewards the last year or so. But it took you a while. Like it wasn't like this immediate gratification payoff.
There's no delayed gratification. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you get a definitive result. Good, bad, or indifferent, or maybe something happened and it's a draw and you get your money back. But you get the result right away when it's done, when the outcome is completed. So if it's the excitement part of it that you're looking for, that you can get that quicker in that context. But cards have a touch of that as well.
And scratch tickets sell millions and millions every day. And it's like a scratch ticket, really. You're opening the pack to see who's in it.
Yeah.
And usually I'm more disappointed than happy because I do it every once in a while too.
Yeah. But it's a funny thing though, Bobby, because I laugh because sometimes folks will talk about that and I go, but here's the thing. The losers are the reason why the winning is exciting. What if I gave you something where you won every time? It actually wouldn't be worth anything. Wouldn't be worth a damn thing. If everything was a winner, you'd get nothing. You can't. It doesn't work that way.
It's like skee-ball.
Yes. Thank you, Robert. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, it's a push it's a push when like something happens. Maybe maybe the game didn't get played or whatever, but that's basically what it is.
It's kind of a weird thing. This is not the same, but very similar in the sense that in 1981, 7-Up came up with the Gretzky contest where you could open up a cap and the liner would have a winner. I won on 40% of them. This is very unusual.
Sure.
But I think most of them are winners because I think they were trying to convince people to drink 7-Up. Interesting how, well, you're just talking about odds and what have you and stuff like that. It was interesting because I was in that time period and I was drinking a lot of 7-Up for some reason because I kept winning. And every time I went back to the variety store, there's a Korean guy. He was a good friend of mine too. And he goes, "You won again? You won again? You won again? You won again?" It's like I couldn't lose almost. It's like crazy. So, and that gambling aspect. So what would I do? I go back and buy another 7-Up.
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy Pepsi. I wouldn't buy Coke. It was 7-Up.
Now, here's a question, though. Were people around you winning at somewhere near that same clip or no?
I didn't really follow anybody else. I was kind of, I was kind of a loner, driving my motorcycle, doing my own thing. So to stop in at the variety store on the way home and on the way out.
Yeah.
So
the reason I asked the question is that the name escapes me, but there was I never watched a lot of theater. It was never my interest. But I know that for school we had a thing that we went to. There was like a parody on Shakespeare. It was something in Guildenstern. I forget the exact name of it, but it was like a playoff of a bunch of Shakespeare plays, like amalgamated into one.
Got it. Yeah.
So that was the concept. But one of the pieces of it was that at a certain point, one of the jokes was that the guy was flipping a coin. And the thing is, he kept winning every single time. Like it was like 1,000 straight or 10,000 straight. Like it came up the same every single time. And that was like part of a joke that played into the rest of the story. But when it came back to statistics, I once had a class where somebody referenced that because I took a statistics course in college. Because I did college after university as part of a separate thing. And they talked about that concept with probabilities. They go, if you hit heads 10,000 straight times, the odds of the next one is exactly the same. No, it's not impossible. It is 100% possible. But that doesn't mean anything about the 10,000 and first.
No.
The odds are exactly the same for every single independent flip.
Yeah. Yes.
But you could get 10,000 in a row, 10 million in a row. But it doesn't mean the next one will go that way. It does not mean that.
But the odds of hitting 10,000 in a row are
astronomical, and it gets more astronomical every single day.
On that are phenomenal.
Correct, but it is.
But it can happen. Yes.
So thank you, Robert. That was what I was looking for. But it is possible. That's the point. Is it is still mathematically possible. It just gets the odds get longer. The more times it happens in a row, the harder it gets. But that doesn't change the fact it's still possible.
That's right.
And it can keep happening.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't. But that's why the odds are not exact. The odds are technically 50-50. But if you live long enough, it will be 50-50. But it won't work in a short run. No. In a short run, you can definitely have a run where it just happens.
Mm-hmm.
But if you live forever, it will be 50-50 down the middle.
Yeah, it's like the royal flush.
Yeah. That's why it's always kind of interesting. But that's how that played out. And there you go. I got to reference the stats class. I finally got some use out of the damn thing.
Damn, it's paid for now.
Oh, let me tell you, I feel like I got my money's worth on that one, Bobby. I feel like I got my money's worth on that one. Unfortunately, when I did that college thing, I actually did have to pay it out of pocket. So I needed to get some value out of it. So I finally got some.
The Rosencrantz paid off.
Nice. Exactly. So anyway, so here's the thing, guys. I think the guys are starting to get a little worn down. I'm good, but at the same time, I'm not going to drag it out unnecessarily just for the sake of dragging it out. We've had a good talk, a good conversation, had some fun, going a lot. I even got to do some Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and probabilities there at the end. So whatever. We managed to get that in there. And we gave Bob at least the start. The existential crisis will go on for a little while, but at least we gave him a couple of suggestions that he can use as the basis.
Maybe we'll revisit it on Sunday.
There you go, exactly. But I think if you do go with the online spreadsheet thing, I think you'll be fine. I honestly think that'll work. And it takes it out of your hands. If somebody lowballs you, then you know kind of where you stand. So leave it in their hands. Pick a fair price that you're happy with. Just put it on there and then let it play out. Field some
Let
offers.
her go.
Yeah, field some offers. Because you'd be surprised. Probably a lot of folks will give you fair offers. And then you're like, okay, that's cool. Works for me. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you're good. Anyway, so that's it. Any last thoughts from anybody in the chat? If you have any last minute pressing thing that is burning a hole in your soul, this is it. Otherwise, we'll wind it down and we'll call it a night, and then we'll be back on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I'll give it a moment there.
Soul burning questions.
It's got to be soul burning questions, Bob. I can't tolerate less. It's got to be soul burning questions. While we're doing that, I will actually share a card here at the tail end for anybody that stuck around.
What about Aaron? While Bobby does the Jeopardy theme, Aaron Rodgers is now the host of Jeopardy. Is that a real thing?
Yeah. He's at least doing a temporary hosting gig. I don't know if it's going to be long term, but I think he'd be actually pretty good at it. I know he enjoys it. So this is a pickup here from eBay, a recent pickup from eBay. So two things about this. So this is from the McDonald's set. So this is when Pacific was doing the McDonald's cards. This was one of the premiums you could get.
Wow.
So you had to get the redemption card, and then you could get they came in 3 variants. So one is out of 150, and then there's one out of 100, and then this is the out of 50. So this is card number 50 of 50. The last one in the run. The last one in the run. It's got a nice patch there. I like that patch. That's a strong patch. So this is the patch stick. So not all 3. I think one is a jersey. I think one is a patch, and then this is the patch stick. I think that's how it works, if memory serves me. But I've got the other 2. This is the one that I was missing, the out of 50. So once I get this in hand, I will have the trio, and I'll be able to show off the 3 of them to do the comparison with the 3 are.
And 50 out of 50 is nice.
50 out of 50 is a nice little bonus at the end. And at least they kept a nice patch for it, so I appreciate that.
They did, yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's good. But we don't know how many of these are actually out there, though, because Pacific released them only based on redeemed redemptions. So
there could be outstandings, and they never redempted.
They're very well, yeah. So it's one of those, we genuinely don't know if all 50 made it out. Just because this is 50 of 50, they could have grabbed one at random. We don't know what Pacific was doing at the time.
Sure.
So but it's kind of cool. So I was like, hey, last one in the run, good looking patch, not complaining.
It's nice card, nice looking.
Yeah. So when it's something like that, I can grab it. It's good. Plus, I did enjoy the McDonald's cards from back in the day, and the redemption ones are a little bit extra. It has a little extra. So I was like,
he just liked fries.
I love the McDonald's fries, Bobby. They're not good for you, but I like them.
I don't like them, actually.
Not
They're too thin. They get cold fast.
Well, you got to eat them when they're warm, Bobby.
Yeah, when do you get them warm?
Usually when you first get them.
Usually, if you're lucky, if they
maybe they just didn't like you and threw them in the fridge, Bobby. I usually get mine hot. It's never been a problem.
They always cooked them in advance for so long, and they sat in that.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, is Cole Caulfield the next rescue? I got nothing to say. I don't even know who that is.
No.
Yeah. Does Bob Lewis know he kind of looks like CM Punk?
No.
I don't know. I don't think the facial hair quite works. But I get what you're saying.
The hat works.
Yeah, the hat. Yeah, exactly. Civic sold everything. No, I understand, but it's a matter of how much actually made it out into it, because I haven't really seen them. I'll be honest. The out of 50, I've seen the other 2. The out of 100 and the out of 150. I've totally seen them a fair number. I haven't seen the out of 50 a lot. So maybe people are just hiding it. I don't know what the deal is.
Rare. Maybe unopened product still out there.
Yeah, well, so I mean,
Yeah, the thing
That's
that's
usually
possible
the go
too.
to.
That
Like
is
it's not
possible
even
too.
open.
The only thing though is that like it wasn't in the packs. You couldn't get them in the McDonald's pack. You had to get a redemption and send it in.
Oh,
Yeah. So
but you
like
had to get the redemption out of the pack, so
yeah, the redemption
yeah,
came out of the packs. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
a lot
like
of kids threw them out, didn't care, but they were young,
yeah,
parents, so
yeah.
redemptions
Yeah,
got
so if for whatever
expired.
reason it didn't get redeemed because Hockey Guy's talking about when Pacific closed its doors, it sold everything, but it's like the question is that they keep it. Because if it never got redeemed,
You're right. Yeah.
like it depends because I know Upper Deck
There might even be
would trade
10
some of
out
this stuff.
there if you're lucky, right?
I just haven't seen a lot of them. So it's one of those things where I waited for an opportunity to go after it. So it's like when the time
But
came, I was like,
potentially there might
I'm
even
gonna
be
go get it.
10 of 50
Yeah, I appreciate that name. Thank you.
redeemed.
I do agree that they were, and at least it was a nice design on those things too, which I enjoyed. At least I appreciated that they did put a decent design on them.
Good color, good design. Yeah.
Yeah. Where were the 98.99 MVP on open hobby boxes? Not around too much. Not anymore. They've dried up a little bit. They're out there, I'm sure. I'm sure somebody's got a stack of them, but they're hiding them right now. So we'll see. We'll see. Because I know the superscripts don't come up too much. But anyway, thanks to everybody in the chat for hanging out. Appreciate you. Great questions, great comments. A lot of fun topics that we had a chance to talk about. We got to, again, stack of comments. As soon as you bring up a hockey player topic, everybody gets to pick a name.
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah. Built to
Built to
spill.
spill.
Interesting. So anyway, so thanks to Bobby for chiming in and hanging out, doing double duty tonight. An interview and then a hangout
He's
as
a
well.
trooper.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Lewis, thanks for popping in and giving us your existential crisis so that we can at least begin the process. And it is a process. This is phase 1 of working through the various components of the Bob Lewis
Yes.
psyche. So
I'm so deep.
No, Bob, actually it really helps out other people who might be thinking the same thing as you. And,
Thanks, Bob.
whatever level we're at, be it advanced or simple, or we don't know what to do, those suggestions might help somebody else who's in the, or listening to this even later on down the road.
yeah.
You never
I will
know.
also
Thanks.
say that do not allow, because Bob is in that vein, community is, let me kind of paraphrase Dave's favorite sign-off phrase. Community friendships is awesome, but that doesn't mean you get to be taken advantage of. There is a give and a take. There is two sides to that. It means you can still be a nice guy. You can still participate in the community and do something, but you're also contributing to the community in a bunch of ways. It's not just contributing through cards. Giving away cards is not a prerequisite of participating in a community.
Good point.
It can be a part of it if that's something you want to do and you want to be generous that way, by all means, feel free. But don't feel obligated. And if you've got cards and things that you like, hey, I have some value in this. Also, I've got my own aspirations, my own things that I want to do. I don't want to just give stuff away. You're not required to. Because if you're required to, it's not special. If you feel some weird obligation,
right.
it's like, I have to give stuff away. It takes away from the premise behind it.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Just a general thought I want to leave everybody with.
Giving away is a special thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be something you want to do, not something you feel obligated to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's where regifting comes in really good at Christmas time.
There you go. And on that thought, that will conclude us tonight. So thanks all of you for hanging out. Appreciate you. For those of you in the East, it is now Saturday, so enjoy. Those of you in the West, still got a little bit of time left, so there you go. I'll give Name the last word. Carlos, I love the show. Level-headed discussion. Feel the guys just hanging out and talking cards. We hope so, Name. We hope so, Name. And thanks for popping on. Name, on Sundays, we do a live chat. You should pop on sometime.
Come
We know
on,
you're
Dave.
around. The link is going to be there on Sunday. So if you're around, you should pop on and say, hey, at least hang out for a little while.
And we know your name.
That's right. I leave it to you. Don't feel any pressure, but down the road, if you want to. Oh, worst comes to worst, I can always send you a link, but you have to let me know ahead of time. Cool. Otherwise, Sunday's wide open. It will be an open thing. We're going to do 8:30 Eastern on Sunday because I do have to cut it off a little bit sooner. Got to get early start on Monday. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. We're going to call that a night. Have a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.